Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Mr. Van der Palmer said on Friday that he had resigned as candidate for Central Manchester. Mr. Peart, Mr. Dean Peart, was on this morning, and I heard him saying that he said some very interesting things on that program this morning, you know. Among them, that Mr. Palmer's resignation had been forced by the party, which had made it clear to Mr. Palmer that he either resigned or be fired. Anyway, that's what he said. I gather that Mr. Palmer is not the only person likely, well, I don't know if Mr. Palmer would say that he was in an exalted public position, but I gather that there is a person occupying what I think could properly be called an exalted public position, who is likely to resign in short order. So I gather. A very interesting case. But let's leave it at that for the moment. Let's leave it at that. And I gather that another person occupying a similarly exalted position still energetically climbing the ladder. I gather that person faces some serious embarrassment. Anyway, let's leave it at that for the moment. The front page of the Gleaner this morning tells us that there's another stench. No, they call it a stink emanating from the National Solid Waste Management Authority. I should have hoped that the National Solid Waste Management Authority had given rise to more than enough stink. But more is coming out of it. The government, we are told, owes the contractors I think the number is about 45 now, contractors, over $100 million. But what seems to be giving rise to and the contractors are threatening to withdraw their labor, such as it is, if the money is not shortly paid. What seems to be making the stinker is the fact that the new contracts, the government apparently is inviting, or the ministry, Mr. Peart's ministry, is inviting tenders for new contracts. They want to terminate the existing ones and invite contracts for new tenders for new contracts for the cleaning up job of the National Solid Waste Management Authority. And we are told that some of these contractors, that seems to be what is giving rise to this new emanation of stink. We are told that some of these contractors have been in the job for 15 to 20 years. Certainly over 15 years, which suggests that they've been there for most of the time that this government has been in office. And I don't know why they should want it. These are good party people, I'm sure. But maybe they were taking their party positions to party, connections too seriously, and not paying enough attention to the job of cleaning up. But a very interesting thing, let's first of all, before we go back to that, the Gleaner tells us this morning that hold on. Let me go back. I have to go back to the sentence starts on page 1. Where is page 1? Oh Lord. Here we are. Yes. Now, the contractors who cover the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Catherine, including Portmore, St. Thomas, and Clarendon, are hoping, I'm being asked to take a break, but I'd just like to finish this sentence. They are hoping, no, what have I done? I've messed it up. Okay, they are hoping. We'll come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the contractors are hopping mad, as I said before. That despite their unsettled claims, the Ministry of Local Government and Environment has put the new contract for public cleansing to public tender. The contractors fear that this move will eject them from the system and into bankruptcy. Now, clearly, what is happening? Well, I don't know if clearly so. But it seems that what may be happening here is that with an election coming up, it would be advantageous to the government, would it not, to have the place looking a little cleaner than it has been looking for years. And voters might say, well, boy, this is an improvement and whatever. So maybe that is what is happening. They've had these jobs not because of their performance, but because of their links. No? Possible? I don't know. They argued that the non-payment is preventing them from successfully bidding on the contracts. Most of them have retained for 15 to 20 years. Anyway, I heard Mr. Peart saying on this morning that these contractors had been given some amazing, concessions by the government. The Ministry of Local Government and the Environment had provided them with trucks. They don't own the trucks. The ministry provides them. They give a contract to a man to clean up, then provide him with trucks. I'm not sure that they don't fuel the trucks. And if anything goes wrong with the trucks, it is the responsibility of the ministry to repair the contract. And he was asked by Emily Crooks, who was it that presided over this arrangement? And he stuttered and stumbled and ultimately did not answer the question. But the question is, who? who was the Minister of Local Government and the Environment when this arrangement was entered into? And was that the person who... I'm wondering myself, I'm just wondering who was the minister at that time. And whether that was the person who made these arrangements. Very interesting, isn't it? It seems to me that it needs looking into. I think Mr. Douglas was on the program at the same time. And I seem to remember that he was suggesting that they use up the Access to Information Act in order to get this relevant information. But an interesting matter, very much worth looking into. Sister P, as you know, is over in Miami. She's at her alma mater, where she from which she received her degree and a PhD. I didn't know that Sister P was a PhD. Anyway, she's a PhD, honorary PhD, but a PhD. And there's another story in the Gleaner this morning. Portia is last. Hold on. Portia is last Democratic hope. She's the last Democratic hope. I wonder who is saying this. Law professor says PM is champion for the poor. University of Miami. University of Miami law professor David Rowe says Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller represents the last democratic hope for the struggling majority of Jamaica's poor. Comparing her to national heroes Marcus Garvey and advocate for black people and Labour leader Alexander Bustamante in terms of her role as a champion of the black majority who are poor. Champion of the black majority who are poor. Addressing a dinner organized by the ruling People's National Party with patriotic and compassionate ruling People's National Party with patriotic and compassionate business persons last Friday night. Rowe, a legendary defense attorney, renowned for representing Jamaican nationals in the United States, said that in a society where wealth was still controlled by racial minorities, Simpson Miller was the best option for the majority of the Jamaicans for whom the duty is still tough. Now, who is Mr. David Rowe, apart from being a university professor? Who is it that represents the government of Jamaica, represents Jamaica, or is contracted to advise the Prime Minister of Jamaica on international law or matters of international law? Is it Mr. David Rowe who does this? When Mr. Rowe stands up and talks nonsense like this, and it is nonsense, plainly so, what is it that, apart from talking about the poor and saying how much she loves the poor, what is it that Sister P has done for the poor people of Jamaica in all the time that she has been involved in politics? What has she done? Go and have a look at her constituency, no? And since she has been Prime Minister, she has been in government for about 30 years, partly in the 1970s and again in the 1990s, coming into 2000. And in 2006, she became Prime Minister of Jamaica. Point out one thing that she has done that has improved the condition of poor people in Jamaica. What is it? Mr. Rowe is, anyway, good for him. If that is his opinion, he is entitled to it. Okay. Do we take a break now? Do we take a break and we come back in a moment?
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter top, you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back. Hello?
Hello.
Good morning. Is that Mr. Geddes?
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Perkins.
David Geddes of the OUR?
Yes, yes, Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Geddes, I see that the Jamaica Public Service Company is adding another, 14.5 cents per kilowatt hour to electricity bills?
Okay, first off, there have been some reports that I don't think actually cover the entire picture. Let me point out that first of all, I saw in one report that said that the increase in utility rates are likely, in the electricity rates are likely to be 5-point-something%. Let me clarify that the rate that translates, that's actually applicable to the consumer, is not going to be anything near that. The whole matter is before the office for decision, but it's a basically mechanical process. So therefore, I mean, we can walk through it, and we know that it should be somewhere in the region of about 0.5% of an increase.
Instead of 5%, as was said?
It would be about a 0.5%, 0.5% increase.
Yes, and what was reported?
Was, I think, 5-point-something% and some other figures. But frankly, I think what causes some confusion in what is actually applied to the rates, the increase, is that the bill is separated into two parts.
Well, hold on, before you go to that, what about the 14.5 cents per kilowatt hour?
Mr. Perkins, I can't even speak to that. I can only say to you that, I mean, for those persons who wish to work it out, I mean, they can work it out. The last time I tried to work out something on your program, I ended up being quite embarrassed with the mathematics of it. It's about 0.5%. So if you work out the first rate, the energy first rate, is currently about $5 something. So you could work out what 0.5% of that would be. 0.5%
0.5% of what?
Of $5, roughly. That would be the energy first rate. That $5 per kilowatt hour for the first 100 kilowatt hours. Yeah, that is roughly one way of doing it. Not and you'll get a rough idea. As I said, very rough idea though. Yes.
But there's that increase is in relation to what?
Okay, that's what I'm going to point out now. When the tariff was set in the year 2004, the rate was set for 5 years up to 2009. Under this performance-based mechanism, what you do is you set the rate, but then you adjust it annually for inflation. Because in 2004, you wouldn't have any idea what, inflation is going to be like and other factors. So you set it and you allow for a formula to be used each year to adjust for inflation.
And this is, hold on, and there are two, am I right in saying that there are two adjustments for inflation?
Well, it's one adjustment, but the formula incorporates inflation in Jamaica and North America. But I want to just explain first that...
But hold on a little bit.
No, Mr. Perkins, it's very important. It's not just the inflation that you then apply to the rates. What happens is there are other things that affect that. So, that's why that's why I want to just be clear on it, because there's some confusion.
But Mr. Geddes, I wish you just clear up something.
Yes.
Inflation in Jamaica is affected by inflation in the United States.
Yes. And
am I right?
Yes, sir. And the economists do take that into account. And they do take that into account. That's why I'm explaining to you, Mr. Perkins.
But you're telling me that an adjustment is made for inflation. A, inflation in the United States, and B, inflation in Jamaica.
Yes, but what I was trying to say, Mr. Perkins, is that it's weighted. That's why I'm saying the economists take that into account. So in other words, it's not just that inflation in Jamaica is 6% and you add 6%, and inflation in in the United States is 5% and you add 5%. It's weighted to take into account the crossover implications.
You know what the formula is for that?
It's in the tariff, and it's a public. It's in the tariff. I couldn't recite it offhand, no, but the whole formula is in the tariff, and I think it's also on our website. In addition to that, once you get that inflation rate, the formula that translates to what actually is applied to the bill is also available, which is that you have the inflation, you minus an efficiency factor. That's why you have what we call a performance-based mechanism. You save at the beginning of the tariff. You say, look, if the company is going to be doing the same thing over and over every year, they must become more efficient at it, or you presume that, and therefore you minus what would have been applied to the rates and efficiency factor, because you assume that they are going to become more efficient. If they don't become more efficient, then that's tough luck for them. But you minus, say, 3.5% from whatever the figure is as an efficiency factor. Then you also might end up minusing what is for quality of service, because the formula also allows for you to penalize them for quality of service issues. Now, these
has it been made clear if inflation in the United States goes up 4%, what would you expect inflation to rise in Jamaica? To what extent?
No, I don't know what if inflation in the United States goes up by 4%, how much that would impact our inflation. But
it would be considerable.
Yes, but what I'm saying to you, though, is that it's a weighted formula, so therefore it's not just a pass-through to say that, you take the inflation in the United States and you take the inflation in Jamaica and you just add these to the rates. If that was the case, we would not be having come June,
why would it be
basically a 0.5% increase.
But hold on. If inflation in the United States is going to impact upon inflation, why is it necessary to compensate the company for inflation in the United States? When if they are compensated for inflation in Jamaica, they're going to end up with more than they would end up with on the basis of inflation in the United States.
And that's why I'm saying to you, Mr. Perkins, that the economists, and I'm not an economist by any stretch of the imagination, but the economists, the formula takes into account the fact that there is a relationship between inflation in Jamaica and inflation in the United States. And therefore it's not a direct pass-through. It may be inflation in the United States might go up by, say, 4%. The impact on Jamaica might be, say, 2%, and therefore I
wonder about that.
Well, I'm just giving a hypothetical case, Mr. Perkins.
I wonder very much about that.
Mr. Perkins, let us just say in order that we all understand. Let me just give you the hypothetical case. In the United States, it goes up 4%. The impact is worked out in Jamaica, say, at 2%, and then the formula might then take it as, say, 1%.
If I don't quite understand that.
Because it's a weighted
but
formula.
If inflation in the United States is 4%, I would expect that the impact upon Jamaica would be far more than
Mr.
2%.
Perkins, that's why I said it was just a hypothetical example.
Yeah, I know, but you choose your hypothetical example to strengthen your case.
No, not
your
at
argument.
all, because it doesn't matter which figure you use. In the long run.
Okay, all right. So you're all planning to hit the Jamaican consumer of electricity with a substantial increase.
That can't be a substantial increase. Less than 1%, Mr. Perkins. That can't be regarded as a substantial increase.
Now, what about the 14.5 cents?
Mr. Perkins, I can only speak to what I know about. I'm saying that what will happen come June 1 is that the impact on rates is not likely. It's extremely unlikely, and I don't want to preempt the office decision because I told you this is something before the office, but the process, anybody who knows the process should therefore, once you look at the formula and you have the input, then, I mean, you can calculate it. I'm telling you that it's not likely to be over 0.5% increase. And if it is over, substantially over that, then you can speak to me again after June 1.
Was Mrs. Callum quoted as saying that, talking about this 14.5%?
I don't know what Mrs. Callum was referring
so
to.
So is there, this 14.5% is supposed to have to do with, damage arising from hurricanes?
Okay, let me explain two things, Mr. Perkins. If you had 5%, let's say you had a 10%. Let's use some round figures. Let's say you had a 10% increase in the rates on the energy side of the bill. What that would really translate to the consumer is about a 5% increase in their bill, because the bill is comprised of two components, basically, fuel and non-fuel. The fuel aspect is about 60% of the bill, accounts for about 60% of the bill. So if you increase the energy side by even 10%, it translates to roughly about an increase in rates of about 5% in terms of your bill. So I don't know what figures Ms. Callum was speaking about, and maybe it might be best to speak to her. But from our perspective, what I can tell you is
I don't think she likes coming on. She has never been, so far as I can remember. We have tried getting her, and she...
And then you see, part of the problem with that now is, you see, then the media get in touch with OUR, and then OUR is accused of speaking for the utility companies.
Well...
You anyway return Makajukas.
No, man. I'm not accusing you of that. But you are running away from the issue of 14.5% to compensate the company for hurricane damage.
Mr. Perkins,
going back as far as Hurricane Ivan.
Mr. Perkins, I am not
running
away. Mr. Perkins, I'm not running away from anything. I have told you.
Well, tell us now. What is the position with that?
But I've said to you, I don't even regard I'm not taking into account whatever anybody else says. What I only speak
I'm not asking you about what anybody says. I'm asking you if there are plans.
But Mr. Perkins, I'm answering you categorically. I'm saying that the increase will not pass about 0.5%. That's what consumers will experience.
That will be the energy cost, energy component of the bill.
Well, because fuel is a direct pass.
Yes, but let me am I right in saying that there is also going to be an adjustment of the hurricane damage insurance or lack of insurance, whatever it is, the compensation from the people who are consumers, from the consumers, to help to compensate the company for losses suffered in the hurricane.
Well, Mr. Perkins, this is something that we ruled on back in 2005.
Yes.
We said that the company could recover the money, some of the money. They submitted a claim for $1.5 billion. That's with a B. Billion. Billion, right. We ruled on that and we said no. Only about a third of that we considered to be a legitimate claim for compensation, and they could therefore collect $500 million, which translated to, I don't remember now, maybe 2 or 3 cents per kilowatt hour over 2 years per customer.
Yes.
Each customer would be paying that. JPS rejected that and said they were going to appeal the OUR decision.
Yes.
That's within their right.
Yes.
That matter has not been dealt with yet.
It hasn't been dealt with yet?
No, that appeal has not been dealt with yet.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Barco Caribbean Limited has such a fine cosmetic line for hair and skin. My family and I have used all their products from Pure Lean to Camille to Magic Beauty. These products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is
10:45.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick.
Definitely automatic.
New or used.
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, sir. Hello?
Yes, sir.
You're saying that the matter of the hurricane damage
Yes.
was still in the courts?
No, what I was saying was that we issued our decision and JPS served notice that they would be appealing that decision.
Yes.
No, it doesn't go directly to the court. It goes to an appeals tribunal, and then after that, it is subject to judicial review if the parties remain aggrieved.
Yes.
Yes. But that has not been resolved yet. But in the final analysis...
Has it been heard by the review tribunal? What you call it?
The appeals tribunal.
Appeals tribunal.
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Oh.
But...
When is it likely to be?
Oh, I have no control or idea about that, Mr. Perkins. The appeals tribunal is, the process as I remember it, I think, is the Minister of Industry, Commerce, and Technology with Energy appoints the chairman, and I think OUR nominates a member, and JPS nominates a member. That is my recollection.
And that hasn't been done yet?
I think we have nominated our who we would like to represent us on the appeals tribunal.
But the tribunal hasn't been set up?
I'm not aware that it has heard the matter, Mr. Perkins. Not aware of that.
I see.
But what I can say is that the OUR's decision, is well grounded in law. And, I'm not preempting the appeals tribunal, but we remain confident that, that anybody can look at our decisions. It's a transparent process to see how we reach there.
Is it true that the company has asked for an interim payment to be allowed?
I wouldn't call it an interim payment. Well, so it could be an interim payment. What my understanding is that I think the company had indicated that, okay, let us go ahead with what is not in dispute. In other words, seeing that you approved $500 million, let us go ahead and deal with that while we serve notice that we will, since we have served notice, we're appealing the other $1 billion.
And that is what amounts to 14 cents?
No, Mr. Perkins, I can't say that. What I can say, and I'm going to repeat for you, remember, as I said, that this matter is before the office, and I cannot preempt an office decision. What I'm saying to you is that what you will see in June is not likely to be more than 0.5%.
But the 0.5%...
Mr. Perkins, hear me carefully. The rates are only adjusted annually for June and at the end of the period 2009. So it's not that that's usually how you adjust the rates. But I'm not anticipating that this adjustment is going to exceed more than 0.5% increase.
What would that mean per kilowatt hour?
Well, Mr. Perkins, that's the first thing you asked me. I told you I wasn't going to go try to work out that on air.
So
I mean, but anybody can work out. I mean, we know what the rate is per kilowatt hour.
So are you telling me that there is only going to be one increase, which will include the hurricane element, or are they going to be? Is there going to be an increase, the annual increase, quite apart from the question of the hurricane damage adjustment?
Okay, what I just said was that usually the rates are adjusted once per year, and the tariff is adjusted once every 5 years. So I would anticipate that whatever comes out in June would be the adjustment for this calendar year. I don't anticipate that you're going to have, a range of increases or modifications to the tariff. But again, I can only speak what normally happens, and I don't.
There's a regular annual increase, which you say takes account of inflation.
But that's not the only thing it takes account of.
Hold on just a moment. And you say that is not going to exceed 0.5%.
Roughly.
Right. In addition, then, the Public Service Company is asking for an amount of $500,000, right? $500,000, is it?
No, I think it's 500.
500.
I think this somewhere is 500 million.
I beg your pardon, $500 million, right? To compensate it for the damage to its electricity poles, right? If that amount is granted by the OUR, which the OUR hasn't considered that matter yet, if that amount is granted, then that will add to the increase, the 0.5% increase.
Mr. Perkins.
Am I right?
No, Mr. Perkins.
No?
I'm saying to you that the adjustment does not just deal with inflation. Remember the Z factor that we dealt with in 2005,
yes.
that controversial thing. That formula is part of the annual adjustment. But it's only invoked, obviously, in cases when OUR approves, it being brought into play. But it's part of the formula.
Yes.
What I'm saying to you is that from my understanding of what is happening, we should have one adjustment in June. And that adjustment
will cover the what Public Service Company is asking for in relation to insurance, hurricane damage.
That it will cover whatever the office agrees that JPS is entitled to. In other words, I can't preempt the office and say that the office has decided that yes, it's going to go along with JPS's request that it get the undisputed amount.
But it did. Hold on. You're telling me that the office did approve the $500 million
yes,
increase.
In 2005.
And JPS appealed against it.
And said it wouldn't.
Right. Hold on. JPS appealed against it.
Yes.
But JPS is now saying, all right, while that appeal is pending,
yes,
let us go ahead on the basis of the
ruling.
Of the ruling.
In 2005,
right?
yes.
So so that's what they're asking for.
Yes.
Now I take it that the OUR will say yes to that.
Well, you can take it that way.
So if the they have already approved it. Now, if $500 million is granted, right? Will it be included in the 0.5% increase, or will it require a separate increase?
Okay. The short answer to that is that
you don't want to preempt your...
No, I'm going to go beyond that.
Uh-huh.
My understanding is that there should be one increase that should take into account what is before the office now, and that increase should not exceed about 0.5%.
And will that include...
But I just said, Mr. Perkins, everything that's before the office now.
And that everything that is before the office now includes the amount for...
JPS has before the office the request, yes, to provide the undisputed amount.
Mr. Geddes, you're shifting all over the place.
I'm not shifting, Mr. Perkins. I'm saying that... But in other words...
Just tell me now, would it include the 0.5%, which you spoke of? Will that be enough to cover the $500 million?
Okay, that's a different question you asked me now. Yes, it could be enough. No, it is, because you are asking me to say, Mr. Perkins, yes, it could be enough to cover the $500 million. But what you are asking...
But then hold on a little bit.
Mr. Perkins, let me just finish quickly. What you are asking me before is to make a leap from one... JPS has submitted this thing and said, okay, go ahead with the $500 million, and then you want me to jump from there to say that the office is going to agree to that. Yes, it might seem logical that the office is going to agree.
No, I'm not asking you any such thing. You are saying that the office is preparing or is contemplating an increase of somewhere in the region of 0.5%.
Yes.
But in addition to that now, the public service company is applying.
But you see, you are speaking about in addition, and I am not speaking about in addition. You are the one saying in addition.
Are you saying, Mr. Geddes? Hold on. Are you saying
there is one thing before the office? There is no addition.
But Mr. Geddes, are you saying,
Mr. Perkins, there is one application before the office which includes inflation and the $500 million? It's not separate, and that's why I'm saying you can't ask me.
Are you saying that when this item that we're now, this news item that has just come to our attention, right, that the public service company is applying for the $500 million, are you saying that when the decision was made, the office made the decision in relation to the increase in June, that was before it?
The application to the office would have had to have included the hurricane damage, and that's what I'm saying to you, Mr. Perkins, that it's one thing before the office. And this, because you adjust rates once annually, and therefore any adjustment that you're going to take into account would deal with inflation.
Hold on just a moment for me, no?
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11 o'clock.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Yes, just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, Mr. Geddes.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Do you have any idea, Mr. Geddes?
Yes.
In the years that Marant has owned the 80% of the public service company and been operating the company, right? What sort of investment would they have made in the improvement of the company here in Jamaica? Its operations?
Well, just two things come to mind now. But I'm sure we have more detailed information than that. But there was $120 million US dollar investment at Bogue generating capacity.
Oh, that was the gas turbine.
Yes.
A cheap, inefficient.
Sorry?
I say a cheap, inefficient generator.
No, I wouldn't agree with it.
No?
Well, first of all, it's not necessarily cheap. It's
relatively cheap.
Not really, no. But
no? Not cheaper than diesel generators?
Well, yes. What
and the diesel generation?
You can install them more quickly.
Hold on. Are the diesel generators more efficient?
Not necessarily.
No?
No, Mr. Perkins.
Why?
Well, that's what I'm going to say. It really depends. If you're at Bogue, you have what they call the combined cycle, which is more efficient than diesel. But the gas turbines by themselves are not more efficient. But when you get into the combined cycle, it is more efficient.
Why?
No, Mr. Perkins, no, I'm not an engineer either. But for whatever reason that it is more efficient, it just is more efficient.
It's all right. They have invested $120 million. What else?
Well, I don't really remember what their other investments are, but I'm not sure that is a question for the
Well, let me ask you something. If they're operating a company in Jamaica,
yes,
making a lot of money out of it, they're able to, with the help of this company, to get themselves out of bankruptcy in a matter of 5 years or so. Wouldn't you expect that they could have invested some more money in putting their transmission lines underground, for example?
Well, Mr. Perkins, that is not just a matter for JPS. The issue of the underground power lines have been discussed at the regulatory level. But I also know that there are issues of concern. NEPA, I think, would likely have some concerns about putting those power lines underground. And there was also issues that when those lines are underground and it comes time for maintenance, it's very expensive to address those issues whenever there's a fault or anything. So it wouldn't really just be a matter for JPS alone to decide whether the lines are going underground or not.
Okay, let me ask you another thing. Have you spent any considerable time in the United States?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean considerable, but I have studied there.
You've studied there, which means some years.
Well, they're on and off.
Yes,
Yes.
a few years. Have you ever experienced a power cut in the United States?
Have I ever experienced a power cut in the United States? Actually, no, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
I mean, I'm not talking about in the case where there's a hurricane and damage done or something like that. But in the years that you have spent there, you have never experienced a power cut.
Not that I can remember.
We continue to experience power cuts in Jamaica.
Yes.
I wonder why.
Well, there are two reasons for that.
Uh-huh.
You know, there's what we call the reserve margin that we set for JPS, and that is a bit costly. And we're an island nation.
Uh-huh.
No, there's a difference between an island and a state, in the sense that, as you well know, the states have interstate agreements, and when one is running low, another state will supply them with power, so that you don't have that gap there that causes a power outage.
Uh-huh.
But more fundamentally than that, since the early days of the OUR, the OUR had, from 1997, 1998, 1999, had served notice that our generating capacity was not keeping up with demand.
Absolutely.
And we urged the government strongly to increase generating capacity.
Uh-huh.
The option that they chose was to divest JPS. There is what's known as a least cost expansion plan that has to be prepared. That includes how you add generating capacity.
And the idea of divesting JPS would be that the new owners would invest some capital in providing additional generating capacity to ensure that it was able to cover the demand.
Yes, that would be the thinking. But I want to also point out, Mr. Perkins, just to be fair to all concerned, that the addition of generating capacity is not the sole purview of JPS.
Uh-huh.
The tariff of 2004 stipulated that that process must be open to competition, competitive bidding, in order to ensure that the most cost-effective and the most reliable capacity is added to the grid.
Uh-huh.
So therefore, what you found is that now, when you look at the least cost expansion plan, and it says, okay, in late 2007, we need another 50 megawatts of power. That should go to competitive bid, and JPS could bid also, and you and I could bid also if we had the technology, the capital, and the know-how.
So what has been happening?
In terms of what?
In terms of the building up of generating capacity to adequate levels.
Well, capacity has been adding. I think John Malco, had come on with some additional capacity, but also the government's signal that it intended to go the route of natural gas also has played some amount of has played a role in where we go from here, because if we are going to proceed with natural gas, then that is a scenario that you have to take into account in the least cost expansion plan. So in other words, you need 200 or 300 megawatts of electricity. You don't just take up that and put it.
But hold on, Mr. Geddes. All of this is related to the quality of service that is being offered to the consumer in Jamaica. The consumer is paying through his nose for electricity, right? The Mirand has made enough money out of him to contribute substantially to their getting out of bankruptcy in the United States, right? But in the meantime, if you are in your house in the day or the night, at any minute, you would not be surprised to have a power cut.
Yes, but
right? And it just goes on and on and on. It is very inconvenient to the consumer of electricity, right?
But there are a variety of reasons for that, Mr. Perkins, and it depends also on where you live. Now let's look at.
What do you mean on where you live?
Well, that's what I'm going to explain to you, Mr. Perkins. It depends on where you live to. There are a lot of factors concerned. No, there are places like Stony Hill going into Golden Spring that tend to have short, intermittent power outages, and a lot of times the reason for that is that you might have like that's not a generating problem. It's really more greenery, trees and so touching against the power lines and tripping it out. That's part of the reason. Some areas like up in Red Hills suffer a lot of lightning strikes, and that can also create some short interruptions in power. But on the overall scale, when you're talking about generating capacity shortfall, there have been some improvements since 2000. Obviously, I mean, we haven't reached where we want to be at, otherwise you wouldn't even need the least cost expansion plan, but you have a plan and it sets out what's the amount of generating capacity that you need to add each year in order to meet demand and in order to eliminate those, well, not completely eliminate, but drastically reduce that amount of interruptions in service.
But Mr. Geddes,
yes,
you're making the thing look worse, because if interruptions to power supply is caused by trees brushing against the power lines, then that is a relative. All that the public service company has to do is adequately service
and maintain the land.
Yes,
but Mr. Perkins,
they're not doing that.
Mr. Perkins, sorry, let me just make something
because
clear for you.
They don't have to do
Mr.
that to make
Perkins,
money out of the people of Jamaica.
You're saying that I'm not making anything look better, but I'm not here to make anything look better.
No, you're making it look worse.
I'm just discussing the issues with you. I'm not here doing public relations for JPS.
But why is it that the public service company is allowed to get away with this?
To get away with what?
With the failure to service their lines adequately and to have power supplies interrupted by trees brushing against tree limbs, brushing against branches.
There's a maintenance program that OUR usually signs off on for the power company. And when we periodically, I mean, we get reports on it, and we see. But I remember in one particular instance, we're informed that sometimes, like when there's a lot of rain or so, some of these trees that are fairly close to power lines tend to sprout up branches or leaves, whatever, very quickly. So even if
you mean like in 2 days?
Mr. Perkins. What I mean is that
you mean like in about 2 days,
Mr. Perkins. The maintenance might be, for instance, that every 6 months you bush, and that is usually good. I'm not saying that is every 6 months, but it might be that.
But if it is that and there are still problems, then it is clear, it follows that is not an adequate timing.
Yes, it follows. Yes, Mr. Perkins, that comes out afterwards, and you deal with that when it comes out.
But the quality, my concern is that the quality of service being offered to the consumer by the Jamaica Public Service Company is inadequate. That all that they are seem to be concerned with, and the OUR seems to be concerned with, and the government of Jamaica seems to be concerned with, is that they get their money, however inefficient their service. And as a matter of fact, one has the impression that the more inefficient the public service company is in the production of electricity, the more profit they make, because they merely check up the cost and add on the profit to the high cost.
Okay,
Am I right?
Respond now, Mr. Perkins?
May
I respond now?
Yes, hold on just a moment.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15. We know your Ford like no one else does. Because at KIG, we are the Ford experts. Experienced technicians with direct online links to the manufacturers who can diagnose your problem right at the factory. Plus, we stock the widest inventory of genuine Ford parts. So if you drive a Ford, trust your vehicle only to the experts. KIG, we keep you driving.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We're back.
Yes, sir. Mr. Perkins.
Yeah.
I was saying to you, no, it's not a matter that the inefficiencies of JPS are passed, we allow them to pass it on to the consumers. That's why we have the type of tariff that we have now and the rate-making mechanism. One, for instance, let's use the heat rate. There's a set heat rate target.
A set what?
Heat rate.
Heat rate?
Yes, target.
What is a heat rate?
That's the, like, when you're burning the fuel to get the electricity. Right, the conversion rate. No, there's a rate that we set that for that to take place at. Now, if they're not efficient in that, then it costs them. And that they can't pass on to the consumer.
Okay.
There's also the efficiency factor that I spoke about, that every year that efficiency factor and the quality of service factor come in when that adjustment comes up for review for the June 1st adjustment.
Yes.
You set the efficiency factor because you say if the company is doing the same thing year after year, then they should be able to do it more efficiently and use that. I think for the Water Commission that was 3.5%. I don't remember it offhand for JPS. No, I think it was 2-point-something%. I don't remember. But they minus that from whatever calculation you got for the inflation adjustment. There's also the issue of losses. When the company is making its losses in like along the transmission and distribution line or theft or whatever, they have technical and non-technical losses. There's a target set for that. Currently the company is way above that target. And so therefore that comes out of their profits. It can't be passed on to the consumer. Right. You set the target is currently set at 15.8%. And their losses I think are running at the region of about 20-something%. So that all of that has to come out of their profit. So the company is being penalized for any efficiencies that it has. That's why we don't use what's known as the rate of return regulation that we used to use. If you remember, cable and wireless used to be regulated under the rate of return, which meant that you set a rate and say 12.5% or 17%, whatever.
Yes.
And you say that, whatever the company
that
wireless,
isn't working with public service. That is not that is not part of the arrangement with public service company.
No. What we use now is a price cap performance-based mechanism. So therefore that allows you to ensure that you eke out efficiencies from the company, and the company is therefore forced to become more efficient.
How old is the typical JPS generator now?
Like at Hunts Bay?
Yes.
Oh, well, probably older than me.
Older than you?
Probably. No, they are old. And we have spoken to those issues. But the problem really though with the losses...
And because they are so old, they are inefficient.
No, but Mr.
Inefficient both in relation to the levels of modern technology contemporary technology, and because of the age of the machine, and am I right?
Yes, but Mr. Perkins, let me point out though that when we speak about those losses, those technical losses, the losses are not those are not losses coming because of either a gas turbine or a diesel turbine, a diesel plant out at Old Harbour or at Bogano.
Yes.
Those losses are along the transmission and distribution line, and once you run lines, you will lose. You know, you are going to lose. I mean,
yes, but we're not talking. We're talking here about the inefficiency of the generating equipment. And if what you are saying is that the typical JPS generator is older than you, and you know,
probably older than me.
Probably older than you.
The B1
and you are pushing what now?
Sorry?
You're about what? About 50?
I'm not even going to go down I'm not even going to go down that road, Mr. Perkins.
No, but
they're pretty old. They're pretty old. They've been in for quite some time. And usually you would want to change out those plants, I think, like at about 25 years or so.
And they are well beyond 25 years.
Yes.
Eh?
Yes, but as I'm saying to you though, but they're
probably double that.
But no matter who owns one second, Mr. Perkins, but no matter who owns JPS doing them, I mean, it's not just going to be a matter. You see, that's what you call the base load now. Those big units are the base load units.
Yes.
That is not something that you can do overnight or in a year.
No, no, I'm not arguing that at all.
It's a pretty long term and a pretty expensive.
Yes, but it is not in motion. Nothing is in motion to take. No plans are in motion for dealing with that problem.
But you see, it's all, everything goes hand in hand, you know, Mr. Perkins. And just to look at the big picture, if you're going to natural gas now would have to be the base load you're talking about. So you can't just arbitrarily take up and.
But
Mr. Perkins,
hold on. When you say if you're going back to natural gas, what is did the government propose to make a law that any such equipment in Jamaica must use natural gas?
Mr. Perkins, no, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying, not a law, but what I'm saying is that if you're going to natural gas, the investment that is required for natural gas, you would then have to, you wouldn't be, in other words, replacing this, the B units out at Old Harbour now with diesel and then still go to natural gas. It would make sense to just go straight to natural gas.
But when did this issue of natural gas arise?
Well, it has been on the table for some time. It has come to the fore in the latter part of Mr. Patterson's administration. It came into the highlights, but it's something that has been discussed for quite some time. It has been on the board.
Yes. But so what? Is the Jamaica Public Service Company going to say that its inefficiencies have to be accepted because they're waiting on the decision whether it's going to be natural gas or something?
Mr. Perkins, we cannot just allow. First of all, any replacement of equipment and.
But what prevents the Jamaica Public Service Company from importing natural gas to run their plant if that is what they want?
No, but first of all, you'd have to have a plant that is capable of using the natural gas.
Absolutely. So if they want to invest, if they want to modernize their equipment, what I'm saying is,
But it's not just a JPS.
No, what I'm saying is that the Jamaica Public Service Company is generating electricity inefficiently. They're using 50-year-old plants or whatever they are, right, to generate electricity, but making money out of it enough to get them out of bankruptcy in 5 years.
Mr. Perkins, you're linking some things that but anyway.
And let me tell you something. Let me point out something to you. If you talk about getting investment into Jamaica in order to, get into manufacturing and provide jobs for people and create wealth in the country and all this kind of thing, as I hear the Labour Party now talking about, right? How is that going to happen in given the the inefficient and expensive generation of electricity.
First off, Mr.
The cost of electricity
Mr.
in Jamaica
Perkins, first off,
is higher than almost any one of our competitors.
That's not true, Mr. Perkins.
No?
Well,
Which?
Well, when you say when you say competitor, but let's look at the Caribbean region.
Uh-huh.
Trinidad and Barbados have their electricity costs are lower than Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
But in terms of the rest of the Caribbean, Jamaica's electricity rates are competitive. You know. I mean, the last figures that we looked at from CARILEC, which is the Caribbean Association.
Dominican Republic?
I don't remember all the countries offhand. No, what I'm saying to you is that we were very much up there in terms of having the lowest electricity rates.
Oh?
Yes.
In the Caribbean?
Yes. I mean, there were maybe three or four countries, I think, that had lower rates than us. And the last figures that I looked at. Yes.
Costa Rica?
Caribbean countries, Mr. Perkins.
Costa Rica isn't a Caribbean country.
Well, no, I wouldn't really consider Costa Rica a Caribbean country.
Oh? They're not on the Caribbean.
Okay, Mr. Perkins, I'm talking about Caribbean community countries then, all right?
Oh, you mean the inefficient little countries?
Well, I don't know whether they're inefficient or not, but let's get back to the fact that
What about the Bahamas?
Mr.
Bermuda?
Perkins, well, the Bahamas in the Atlantic, but anyway, Mr. Perkins, I'm saying to you that our electricity rates by regional standards are not the highest. That's one. Two, the age of the generators. We're not at this point now asking consumers to... consumers are really not being penalized to any great extent because of the age of these generators at the moment. Yes, there are some reliability issues and so, but in any direction that we're going, Mr. Perkins, you need to have a very clear plan. Is it coal? Is it natural gas?
Hold on, Mr.
So it's not just a matter of just
Mr.
taking
Geddes,
out plants and
you
just
really
putting in new
think that
plants.
if you owned a 50-year-old Rolls Royce, it would be efficient in taking you from Kingston to Montego Bay, as would a 2007 Rolls Royce?
Mr. Perkins, what I said is that the inefficiencies are not no, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not telling you that the efficiency of a brand new piece of equipment and that of something 50 years old is on the same thing. But what I did say to you is that Mr. Perkins, one second, the inefficiencies are not just wholesale passed on to the consumer. Because remember I told you about things like the heat rate conversion.
Yes, but our electricity costs are high.
To absorb that cost, it can't pass it on to the consumer.
Okay. All right, Mr. Geddes. Thank you very much.
No problem, sir.
All the best to you.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief.
deepening surface trough has been influencing weather conditions across Jamaica and could produce an increase in showers and thunderstorms by Wednesday. The Meteorological Service will continue to monitor the situation. On the local weather scene, today will be mainly sunny, with partly cloudy conditions and isolated thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook, expect increased showers and thunderstorms as a result of the surface to upper level trough across the island. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of pride mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Oliver. Paul, me can't stop and talk to you now. Me I got Wendy's go eat some of them brand new double melt burgers.
New double melt burgers?
Yes, man, the bacon Swiss double melt. Make with half pound of beef, bacon Swiss cheese, and a creamy peppercorn sauce. And the steakhouse double melt. Make the same but with sauteed onions and mushrooms.
But are they good?
Good. Them succulent and delicious. The only problem is we don't know which one to eat first.
The Steakhouse and Bacon Swiss double melt burgers at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
Lord, them succulent.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Pip, pip. Pip, pip.
Yes, Mutty. You're muttering about now.
How are you?
All right.
I didn't know you were. I don't know what. I just sounded the horn started blowing. Pip, pip.
Yeah, man. And it's getting louder and louder.
Tell me something.
Muhammad Ali said that George Foreman never hear the referee say round 6, round 10, round 12 to round 15. You remember the thriller in Manila?
Yes, yes.
That's what we're going to give to them, Mutty.
Oh, yes? You're going to knock them out?
Yes.
Is that
we
so?
have to teach them a lesson. You know when he fought Clyde Patterson? And he had him lingering and said, "What's my name?" He wouldn't call him Muhammad Ali. Yes, what is it though?
Well,
I don't hear you play what I had to say Sunday.
What did you say on Sunday?
Man, then you call us, not tell your nephew and what the other one name, no? Here, bro.
Who?
I was upset me a technical high school in my hockey with thousands of the faithful.
Yes.
Anyway, tell me where you call me
but
from.
I hear that your pollsters are saying that you are you're likely to be pushed out of your constituency.
Well, Martin, they have always been saying this since 1989, but the funniest thing, nobody will come up and say which are the polls that say so. You know?
You don't consider these polls reliable, do you?
Huh?
You don't consider these polls reliable?
I don't call it polls. Polls is a snapshot. In 1997, even the PNP polls say it was too close to call. That's the greatest beat any Labour right ever get from him. So
is that so?
But this one, you know, the funniest thing, this time, you used to hear about the Dan Anderson poll, you hear the Carl Stone poll.
Yes.
You hear about the Bill Anderson. But all who are here on a radio station this morning, and nobody can say which are the polls that said so. Yeah.
But the thing is this, that what you're saying is that the polls are unreliable.
But I'm not saying anything. I'm only telling that 4 times that I could make it on 4 times I do it. And my most reliable poll is my canvas that I've been doing for the last 40 years.
You better mind your luck don't run out.
No, this is not luck, Mutty. This is doing what you have to do right.
I follow you.
Yeah.
I see.
But I know that is not what you call me about.
No. What I was calling about was this thing going on between, your ministry and your friends in the NSWMA. the contractors.
Yeah.
They say you're pushing them out. I mean, after they have been there for so long, why is it that they're suddenly being pushed out into the cold?
Marty, let me give you loud and clear the unadulterated facts. I went to that ministry in 2006.
2006.
Right. Among the things on the table, and I was put, my rate was to deal with solid waste fire, among other things,
Yes.
You look at and saw where government provides contractors with truck, with gas oil, with repairs.
Truck? Gas?
Yeah, man. And you can get, don't bother ask all the questions you want to ask. You might give it this. You can get them under the Freedom of Information Act.
Yes, but you're saying that when you went there in 2006, 2006, the government was supplying these contractors with trucks, free.
Yes. Well, if you have a little token.
A little
gas
token?
oil. Yes, gas oil.
Gas oil?
Yes. And repairs. And let me, Mutty.
Repairs?
Yes, Mutty. The gas oil bill could run those trucks for the month for at least 6 months. We said no quarrel.
You mean they were using in 1 month?
Yes.
What gas could run them for 6 months?
Yes, in my opinion. Gas oil, not gas oil.
Uh-huh.
You are hearing that they're stealing it out of here, and they're stealing it out of the truck.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they were putting it into other trucks.
Well,
maybe they were.
We said to them, look here.
Maybe they were selling gas oil and making plenty of money.
I am a politician. You are the journalist. You can't say anything. I'm only telling you the facts are.
My gosh.
You said, look. This is about November now, after negotiating, talking with everybody. And they have a contractors, National Service Contractors Association,
Yes.
And then you have some people, like they said, they are supplementary contractors. They must be hired trucks to people who don't have no truck. So much you have to pay. Whether you are down in St. Elizabeth or up in Stony Hill, you have to pay whether they collect the garbage or don't collect the garbage. Towards the taxpayers,
Yes.
Good. So, look here, Bob.
Boy, they were enjoying a hell of a lifestyle.
You don't make a comment till I gone. I can tell you the facts.
Yes.
I can tell you the facts. By about November, we said, look here. We're going to tender these contracts. You're going to, if you...
Well, before you get to that, how long would you say that this arrangement had been in existence?
Marty, you can get the information. Don't make me speculate. I don't have it before me. I'm in a meeting. I come out to make a call. You produce a call. As I finish the call, I have to go back to the meeting. But I know I must talk to you,
Yes.
Good.
That's nice of you.
But you can get all of this information in black and white. Under the laws that this government passed. Freedom of Information Act. All right? So we said, look, in November, we're going to tender. And you say, for instance, Zone 1. It is the Statistical Institute will provide all the figures. So the zones are, for instance, say 1,000. But it can be more than 1,000 and 200 or so. When you cut, So everybody get a fair deal.
So you are changing the basis upon which contracts were awarded.
That's right.
In the past, the ministry just said, Perkins, you're a nice fellow. You're with us and all that. So we're going to give you a contract to clean up wherever. Right? And you get a truck and you get gas. Right? Oh, not a truck. You get trucks. Right? Because you're going to need more than one truck. But we'll provide you with trucks and gas and tires and whatever you need.
I don't know about no tire, Mutty. But
how you mean?
This is Mutty world.
Truck can't run without tire.
I'm not disputing and not quarreling here. Let me tell you. We said November come.
Yes.
Because it will take some time, Contractor General, Solicitor General, you have to go through all these ramifications before you can get them out to tender, to public tender.
Yes.
They said, okay, cool. We said, no, listen, you go and buy your own gas oil, so you will take care of it. Because we have looked at a number of large companies, like the bauxite companies. We know, for instance, I don't really want to go around and call people names, especially when they're good cheap. But major distributors in this country and manufacturers how they deal with their matter. Right? And they say, if you own your truck, you have a contract, you provide the things you want.
Yes.
So from, I think it's either October or November, as I say, I'm not in office, you went by your own gas oil, so you're going to deal with the matter. Because there were some gas oil bills you couldn't pay.
And the
people
are vexed.
Well, Mutty, your word. Let me tell you what happened.
They just figure that as good comrades, they should be treated better than that.
Well, Mutty, I think the people who is making trouble now is not comrades. But you have all kind of people. But you can start out, you can get all the names of the contractors and publish them under the freedom of the information. Right? So
you think people got that kind of contract without being comrades?
Well, from what I know, the contractors, they are not all comrades and they are not all labor rights, and they are not all party people.
Oh, is that so?
Let me move on, Mutty.
But how did they come to get those contracts?
You can get it under the freedom of
No. How did they come to? How do you think they came to get it without? That wouldn't be.
I'm not coming to no conclusion. You can get the facts, Mutty, and you like to have the facts and play them.
Can you give me? Will you give me one piece of information then? Who was the minister in charge of local government when all this was going on?
I'll have to go research that for you, Mutty.
Oh yes.
Yes. I tell you, I'm not in office. All of this thing, I come to see something which I think was not right, and to deal with it.
You don't. Hold on. Before you became, you and your senior minister, Mr. Peart.
Yes.
Before you came to that ministry, who was there as minister?
Local government, make a start tell you from in the 80s. I can't remember Colonel Charles.
No, come now. But that
nothing. You want to get the facts.
Those contracts, those arrangements were not made.
All right. This thing is for some time.
Colonel Charles in the 80s.
You don't bother go down that street. Make it later, you know where you're going to get the facts. You don't bother starting innuendos.
All right. Innuendos? I'm not making any innuendos. What innuendos are you talking about?
All right. Let me tell you now. You know, I pass upon the road and they are sent Elizabeth, you know, me one most of the time. Me and my driver, me and personal assistant. By the time you get into that, the power he said, yes, you have to have security. You want to work, you have to have security. Because you can draw your own. When you go to court, the judge when himself who said, draw your own reasonable inferences to have security. We went down, the association said yes, no, we want the contract. We want to go to tender. We look at it a number of things.
No, hold on a little bit. Where you going? Hold on. You were going to tell me. You were going to tell me who. Hold on. You were going to tell me who were the ministers. And you tell me Colonel Charles in the 1980s.
I said get it under the Freedom of Information Act.
Then why you tell me? Why you tell me Colonel Charles?
But
I can't tell me any other. No, man, I didn't say that. I never said any such thing.
If I can't remember, you want to start from the 80s and come up?
Yes.
Mutty, you have it, and you can get it at your fingertips.
Yes, it's all right. But you help me now, no?
What?
You help me, man. Colonel Charles in the 1980s. Who after that?
During Colonel Charles, I think there was other minister of local government, not only Colonel Charles, because I think one time he went to all over the place. Then it come and the PNP, I know you had Roger Clark, you have Bertram. And the final one was our Prime Minister.
Your Prime Minister was the final one?
Yes, I know that's where you want to go, but you don't want
to go. How do you mean where I want to go? No.
Only for them contractors before the PNP come to power in 1989, you know.
I beg your pardon?
I want to get the Freedom of Information Act. I don't want to spread the
Hold
propaganda.
on. National Solid Waste Management Authority was set up when? When was it set up?
Sometime, I think, in the 90s. It only superseded.
In the 90s?
Yes, it supersedes MPM.
But
it carry almost everything.
And those contractors?
Almost everything MPM have. So don't get me into a mix-up when we can have all the facts.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on just a moment.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:45.
Did you know that Jamaica's leading distributor of ball and roller bearings is in fact Bearings and Accessories Limited, located at 83 Harbour Street? They stock the widest range of bearings and other industrial products, such as oil seals, mechanical packing, conveyor belting, V-belts, pulleys, chains and sprockets, and more. Bearings and Accessories Limited has been in business since 1959 and is the sole representative in Jamaica of such choice preferred brand name manufacturers such as SKF, Timken, Torrington, Cooper and Seal Master Bearings, Dupree Conveyor Belting, and Sepco Sealing Products. Bearings and Accessories is now stocking and proud to offer high-quality Timken greases for both auto and industrial type bearings. Visit them at 83 Harbour Street, Kingston, with available parking, or call 922-1950 or 922-5901.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Yes. So look here, you're telling me all this nonsense was going on while your Prime Minister was Minister of Local Government?
Mutty, I know that's where you want to go.
No, man. Why do I want to go there?
I don't know the promise ever during our term there of local government awarded any contract or during that period any. You can get all the facts from the Freedom of Information Act. Why you don't want to go there? Let me tell you what goes on. All right. When we decide all of this...
No, but your Prime Minister should have been aware of this when she was Minister of Local Government.
All kind of things.
Am I right?
I know that's where you want to go.
Eh?
But let me give you the facts.
No,
right?
why do you want to avoid the truth?
You don't know what is the truth, and I don't know. I say go to the Freedom of Information Act, and then we can talk about that. I don't hide from anything. Why you want to speculate when we can have all the facts?
Well, you don't need to go to the Freedom of...
Let me tell you something.
You don't need to go to the Freedom of Information Act.
You know why it started yesterday? Because a contractor, which is not a PNP, becomes a contractor in 2004. She paid to the Solid Waste Contractor Association $5,000 to get, as part of our payment from all the contractors, to get their own private chartered accountant to work on the thing with solid waste and local government. When it was discovered after they submit their claim And the financial controller said, no, you get paid from for 2004 up to 2006. She said she want back her $5,000 and then start bang around. So if you want to get the facts, let me tell you, nobody go around the corner. Let it come out. Make it come out in the wash. Get all the facts.
She was a contractor. Hold on. She was a contractor and not a PNP?
She is a contractor and not all the contractors are PNP. Let me tell you something. When I get into this, Mick, just give me 1 minute.
How do they become contractors without being PNP?
Because we don't tribalize this country.
Is that so?
Let me tell you something. When the lines were drawn, the first time I get it, when the lines were drawn by National Solid Waste, whoever there, they put Tivoli, Denham Town, and Garden together. I went to Mr. Golden and I'm saying I'm going to write the Contractor General. This can't work. This is Jamaica. We must live in a realistic place because that would be a killing field. Because I wouldn't even want to put Tivoli contractors over to Denham Town. What is two GLP enclaves into another PNP enclave. And then start on the whole thing. I've come for your program and defend it, run it through a program, and I sure have my letter sure when I write to the contractors, that I discussed it before with Mr. Golden. So I have nothing to hide, Mutty. Yes, and that's why the power that be, give me security. Anywhere I go now, I'm looking over my shoulder, and I'm being told I have to get more. Not because I am friendly with everybody. I want to be a nice guy. All I want to do is an honest job.
Yes.
But so, Mutty, why the money have not been paid, when they all three went together as agreed. Then you come back and the financial controller find a flaw. I was told when I spoke to a contractor to get in touch with her father, I wanted to get in touch with her father, that look, we're having a problem because we got paid for 2004 up to 2006, and then it was in the thing, so we have to do an amendment. I said, that's simple, why you don't do it? He said, no, you have to have a new contract. I said, put that in writing to the permanent secretary, send me a copy, and if needs be, we send it to our solicitor, the Solicitor General. To date, I have not had that letter. I spoke to the chairman of the association this morning. They said they are not part and parcel of no strike and no ultimatum. That's why none is served. I will get that letter today. But the facts are out there, as I say. Mutty, you know, you have your ears to the ground. You run along enough, eh? Yeah, you must have 7 years, 20 years to come over the calendar. You can get all the facts. Get them and talk to me again. I'm going back into my meeting.
I mean, I don't understand what you're saying about your Prime Minister, man.
You lead the Prime Minister alone.
He presided over
while I was driving up the road to go to a meeting, Mutty.
In which
while I was driving up the road going to a meeting, because this morning I was on another station and I listened.
Yeah, I heard you, man.
Listen to it.
I heard you.
And I hear the great Dr. Ashley was saying, people which have no quality, people in this country vote with who they like and then lower. And I call her say they didn't like Mr. Siaga. That's why they didn't vote for him and all that things. And he was saying another thing. Well, if it's so, Sister P gone double clear. Because if you like the poll say we don't want Bruce. Believe what the PNP now lead. Sister P we want. But get the information and call me back. I am at your beck and call. Goodbye, my brother.
All right. Okay. Okay. Boy, this very interesting. The people are given not only trucks, but they're given gas oil. No? Gas oil. And the amount of gas oil that one contractor gets in a month could run the truck and collect garbage for 6 months. And government is paying for that. And what is happening to the gas oil? What a racket. Okay, boy. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Good morning, I beg your pardon.
You're right, man. You got me waiting so long, you think it's afternoon.
I'm awfully sorry.
Your producer was so nice to me. I wanted to pin down Mr. Geddes.
Oh.
But it looked like you forgot.
Yes.
You had him bob and weaving, but I wanted to pin him down.
Uh-huh.
Incidentally, the little bird said that the contractors, these contractors, also the labor cost is borne by the solid waste people.
Yes.
The drivers and the sidemen.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Anyhow, Mr.
Hold on a little bit.
No, that's not what I call.
No, but clarify that for me. The drivers and the sidemen are paid for by the solid waste people.
Yes.
The trucks are also supplied by the solid waste people.
Yes.
The gas oil is supplied.
Yes.
And we are told that one truck is supplied with enough gas oil that as could run it for 6 months, in a month.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Well, I know. Well, they're putting a lock on it. I had a similar problem sometime. I'm a farmer, you see.
Uh-huh.
I had a problem with the amount of eggs my chicken were laying.
Uh-huh.
And somebody told me that if you want your chicken to lay maximum, you need to put a lock on the door.
So if you want...
Yes, and I did that and it increases production immensely.
Yes. Well, what a racket was going on.
Yes. Mr. P.
These people were making millions of dollars.
Yeah, man. Remember, I have a short time, and
yes.
I specifically want to deal with the JPS thing.
Yes.
Because Mr. Geddes don't seem to understand the thing properly enough to be our defender, right? And next thing, we as consumers are going to be faced with tremendous expense. Now, I don't know how familiar you are with the computing of the JPS bill, but it is so computed that it takes into account all current expenses, local and foreign, of the company.
Yes.
Did you know that, sir?
No, I didn't.
So I'm going to prove to you quickly in the time that we have. I doubt if we have the time, but you have...
No, we can. I tell you, we can call you back afterwards.
Okay, well, we have the energy, first of all, the 4 components, the energy cost. And Mr. Geddes is $5. It's not $5, it's $7.8. Right, and that energy cost is the non-fuel charge for producing and delivering each kilowatt hour. Right?
The non-fuel charge.
The non-fuel charge of producing and delivering each kilowatt hour of electricity you consume. Component 1.
Yes.
Component 2 is customer charge.
Yes.
And customer charge is fixed monthly charge to cover the cost of meters, meter maintenance, and bill delivery.
Oh, no.
Very well, I'm telling you. All right. FE adjustment. And FE adjustment, this is very, very technical, but FE adjustment is computed by having the billing exchange rate multiplied by the base rate and divide by base exchange rate. But that is multiplied, there's a figure out there multiplied by, in this case, by 76.
All right. Hold on 1 minute for me.
Yes.
Hold on. I'm going to ask you to talk to somebody.
Yes.
Give your telephone number.
Yes.
And we call you back after the news.
Okay.
Okay? Time for the news. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by True Juice, premium quality juices. Be natural.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Jamaica Agricultural Society, JAS, is reporting that up to the end of last month, more than $100 million in loans was disbursed by People's Cooperative Banks to farmers. Last month, Agriculture Minister Roger Clark announced that $2.5 billion would be made available to farmers and disbursed through PC banks at single-digit interest rates. But JAS President Senator Norman Grant says there are some farmers who are unable to access the loans as they have no collateral. He's recommending that adjustments be made to the loan processing system to allow farmers without regular sources of collateral to access the available funds.
We need to work out a mechanism whereby once the project is a viable project, and notwithstanding the fact that there is no collateral, well, the usual cycles, etc., we need to get a system where crop lien and certainly the character of the potential borrower needs to form a part of the collateral for those loans.
JAS President Senator Norman Grant speaking this morning on Independent Talk. 3 new bridges are to be built in St. Thomas at a cost of $59 million. The new structures are in addition to the $400 million already set aside for the construction of the new Yallus Bridge. The bridges are to be built at Peartree River, Leith Hole and Ward River and are expected to be completed before the end of the financial year. State Minister for Works, Dr. Fenton Ferguson, outlined the plans for the construction during a recent tour of Eastern St. Thomas. He was accompanied by representatives of the National Works Agency and the Road Maintenance Fund. But Mayor of Morant Bay, Joan Spencer, is concerned that there is still no word on whether the construction will begin before the start of the hurricane season on June 1.
What the government set out to do for those 3 bridges is very good. But my concern is that the hurricane season is just a month away. And apart from making the announcement, there's no indication on the side to say that these bridges is going to start before the season. And persons in the parish very concerned at this time that we are going into the hurricane season and nothing is started yet.
Morant Bay Mayor Joan Spencer. The Warsop Police in Trelawney are seeking 27-year-old Damien Douglas for questioning following the stabbing death of another man in the community yesterday. 24-year-old Kirk Walters was reportedly killed during a dispute with Douglas. The Constabulary Communication Network reports that during the altercation, a knife was used to stab Walters. The police were called and on their arrival, Walters was found suffering from several knife wounds. He was later pronounced dead at hospital. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. It's 4.5 minutes after 12. The Office of Utilities Regulation, OUR, says an appeals tribunal is yet to rule on a claim by the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, to recover an additional $1 billion to cover losses incurred during Hurricane Ivan. As a result, David Geddes, the Director of Consumer Affairs and Customer Services at the OUR, says there will be no additional increase in light bills to the recently announced 0.5%. The OUR approved the 0.5% increase in electricity bills as part of an annual adjustment regime. This also includes an amount to recover costs incurred by the JPS to cover losses incurred during Hurricane Ivan. Mr. Geddes says in 2005 the JPS submitted a claim of $1.5 billion to the OUR. However, the agency only approved $500 million.
My understanding is that I think the company had indicated that, okay, let us go ahead with what is not in dispute. In other words, seeing that you approved $500 million, let us go ahead and deal with that. Since I've served notice, we're appealing the other $1 billion.
Director of Consumer Affairs and Customer Services at the OUR, David Geddes, speaking with Wilmot Perkins on Perkins Online on Power 106. However, Mr. Geddes was unable to say when the matter is likely to be heard by the Appeals Tribunal. Vendors located in corporate area markets will soon have to apply for their own electricity supplies. Mayor of Kingston, Desmond McKenzie, says all illegal lights and wiring will be disconnected in the markets. He says illegal wiring is a common occurrence in many corporate area markets. Mayor McKenzie says the KSAC's drive will first be carried out in the Constant Spring Market and Arcade and the Purnell Charles Arcade. After this is executed, vendors will have to apply to the JPS for their own electricity. Following the first phase of this project, the KSAC will be extending the drive to all other corporate area markets managed by the KSAC. Statistics from the Tourism Ministry have revealed a significant decrease in stopover visitors from the United States. According to the figures, overall stopover arrivals in March this year were 1.7% less than those for March last year. Stopover arrivals from the U.S. market decreased by 12.5% last month, with over 108,000 visitors compared to the over 123,000 visitors who came in March 2006. However, losses from the U.S. market have been balanced by gains from the European market, which recorded an almost 22% increase in stopover visitors last month. Stopovers from the Canadian market in March numbered over 24,000 compared to the over 17,000 in 2006. March also saw a decline in the Latin American market and an increase in visitors to Jamaica from the Caribbean region. Grenada Prime Minister Dr. Keith Mitchell has challenged his critics to produce a tape showing him receiving money from a former Grenada trade councillor. Dr. Mitchell has consistently denied any wrongdoing in the matter that first surfaced in a Miami-based newsletter, Offshore Alert, in April 2004. Mitchell has filed a criminal libel lawsuit against the newspaper and its publisher, David Merchant. The Grenada government has said that Restana has offered to cover travel expenses for the Prime Minister's delegation to a 2000 promotional and investment tour of Europe and Kuwait. The issue has been the subject of a one-man commission of inquiry that has been halted for a few months, even as opposition legislators urged the Governor-General, Sir Daniel Williams, to restart the commission. Guyana has sought to clarify its position regarding human rights abuses in Burma. The Guyana government says it did not vote to condemn human rights abuses by Burma after consultation with other Caribbean community CARICOM states. Foreign Minister Dr. Rudy Insanali says the country's abstention should not be interpreted as acceptance of human rights violations in that Southeast Asian country. He explained that Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica and Belize did not vote due to non-representation or abstention. Among the violations identified in Burma are systematic violations of human rights, including civil, political, economic, social and cultural rights of the population. On the international scene, today is being marked as historic in Northern Ireland as the country's new power-sharing government takes office. Democratic Unionist Party leader Ian Paisley and Sinn Féin Martin McGuinness have taken office as first and deputy first ministers, ending 5 years of direct rule. Direct rule over Northern Ireland by London ministers officially ended at midnight. In October 2002, allegations of intelligence gathering within Stormont led to the suspension of power-sharing institutions. The first meeting of the new power-sharing executive is scheduled for later this week. And emergency workers are continuing their efforts to clear up a small town in the U.S. state of Kansas that was flattened by a tornado over the weekend. 9 people are now known to have died when the tornado hit Greensburg. Officials revised an earlier death toll of 10, saying a wig found in the rubble was mistaken for a body part. But there are fears that people may still be missing. Residents were allowed back for the first time yesterday to assess the damage and retrieve possessions. An estimated 95% of homes and businesses in Greensburg, a town of about 1,500 people, have been damaged or destroyed. And those were the stories making Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Sports is next.
Midday News was brought to you by True Juice. Premium quality juices. Be natural.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your Midday Sports Report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Barbados government has rejected a plea from the West Indies Cricket Board, WICB, to allow it to use Kensington Oval's Cricket World Cup gate receipts to clear up some of its $15 million debt. Prime Minister Owen Arthur says it would be an act of irresponsible folly for the government to take the only thing they would get from the World Cup and give it to the WICB to pay its debts. He urged WICB President Ken Gordon to pass over the gate receipts so that the government can start dealing with financial matters at the Oval. The Barbados Nation reported that Arthur made the call while addressing members of the Barbados Labour Party. Arthur said government had raised a lot of money to redevelop Kensington Oval with the understanding that the local organising committee would get the gate receipts from the matches played there. Interim West Indies coach David Moore says the pending tour of England is the opportunity for the regional team to have a fresh start. Moore arrived in Barbados early this morning where the West Indies assembled in preparation for their flight to England today. Moore says he's looking to all the players to perform at their best. Australia have dismissed complaints from Sri Lanka about Adam Gilchrist's use of a squash ball as a batting aid during the recent World Cup final. The Australian, who smashed 149 off 104 balls, had the ball inside his left glove to improve his grip on the ball, according to reports out of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka cricket officials intend to raise the matter at next month's International Cricket Council meeting. But Cricket Australia spokesman Peter Young played down the issue, describing Gilchrist as highly principled. The Jamaica Badminton Association, JBA, is hoping to introduce the sports island-wide in the next 2 years. President of the JBA, Vishu Tolan, who on Saturday was returned for a second term in office, says his administration will also focus on a long-term plan with a main aim on development.
The mandate of the International Badminton Federation is to make badminton the number one racket sport in the world. And we believe that in that mandate, one of our major thrusts will be introducing the sport island-wide. Whatever it takes, however it takes, that's going to be our main vision.
Vishu Tolan, president of the Jamaica Badminton Association. FIFA President Sepp Blatter says South Africa will definitely host the 2010 World Cup, dismissing concerns about the country's ability to hold the event. Blatter says only a natural catastrophe can stop South Africa from hosting the tournament. South Africa won the rights to host the tournament in 2004, but it faces logistical problems in overhauling its transport system, updating infrastructure, and boosting hotel capacity to cope with the expected influx of visitors. The Jamaica Netball Association Divisional Leagues continue this afternoon with 5 games at the National Stadium courts. In the Western Union Division B League, New Kingston Raiders will meet Walgrovians C at 5:45. 3 games are on in the Supreme Ventures Division A League: Police versus Speg, Ebony Strikers against Alexander Strikers, and Skibo against Alpha. The games will also start at 5:45. At 7 o'clock, Jamalco will face off with Walgrovians in the Berger Paints Super League. Finally, 3-time boxing champion Hector Macho Camacho was sent to jail on Sunday after pleading guilty to a 2004 burglary charge. Camacho faces up to 7 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Camacho, who is being held at the Harrison County Adult Detention Center, won super lightweight, and junior welterweight world titles in the 1980s. His last title bout came against then welterweight champion Oscar De La Hoya in 1997, a loss by unanimous decision. And that's Midday Sports on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Stay tuned now for a word on the weather.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface trough east of the island and a frontal system across the northwestern Caribbean. On the local weather scene, this afternoon expect partly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms mainly over central and eastern areas. Tonight is also expected to be partly cloudy. For the rest of the week, look for mostly cloudy skies with occasional showers and thunderstorms. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, from here is a reminder of the main stories. Morant Bay Mayor concerned about delays in the construction of 3 new bridges in the parish ahead of the June 1 start of the hurricane season. Vendors in corporate area markets will soon have to apply for their own electricity supplies as the KSAC implements a drive to disconnect illegal wiring. Jamaica Agricultural Society reporting that up to the end of last month, more than $100 million in loans was dispersed to farmers. But the JAS wants changes in the loan procedure to allow farmers who do not have collateral to access the funds. From the region, Grenada Prime Minister challenges his critics to produce a tape showing him receiving money from a former Grenada trade councillor. On the international scene, today is being marked as historic in Northern Ireland as the country's new power-sharing government takes office. And in sports, Barbados government says no to the WICB after it requested to use Kensington Oval's Cricket World Cup gate receipts to clear some of its $15 million debt. And that's midday news, sports, and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3 o'clock. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
Nasty, troublesome cough. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Cough medicine with clout.
Now there's a remedy you can rely on for troublesome cough and blocked, stuffy nose. Cavonia. Mentholated cough mixture. Nighttime formula. Bronchial balsam and throat spray. Blocked, stuffy nose? Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Made in England by Thornton & Ross and distributed by Medimpex Jamaica Limited.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And we're expecting to have back Mr. Geddes for a moment. He wanted to correct some misinformation that he gave us. But we're not getting him on the phone. The phone is ringing without an answer. Anyway, okay, do we have him? Okay, there's that other gentleman to whom we're... Okay, all right, we have him now. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you, sir.
Yes, good afternoon again, Mr. Perkins. Yes, for clarity, I made an error when we spoke earlier. As you know, I keep telling you, mathematics is really not the strongest of my points.
I see.
The total, the highest level that the total increase could be in June is 1.5%.
1.5%.
That's what it would translate to on the customer's bill. That would be the highest amount.
Okay, so there's an additional 1.1%.
There's additional about 1%, 1 percentage point.
And that comes from?
That comes from the hurricane damage. I had not combined because they made one submission to us. I looked at the figures and got the 0.5%. But in reality, even though it was one submission to us, they had separated it, and the 1% would represent the hurricane damage. The 0.5% would represent the inflation adjustment. So in all, the maximum it would be about 1.5%.
The 0.5 would represent inflation adjustment?
Yes.
Just that?
Just when you said just that, I'm not sure what you mean.
Only inflation adjustment? Nothing else?
Well, the formula takes into account, I think often there are some other little things that are involved in there. But when it works out, I mean, all the different things that are taken into account, in all, it would come to both for the hurricane damage, both for inflation.
And about how much in actual funds that would, money, that would involve?
Sorry, I'm not hearing you, Mr. Perkins.
About how much in additional payment per kilowatt hour that would involve?
Both things combined?
Yeah.
Both things combined might be about maybe 15 cents, I think.
15 cents per kilowatt hour?
Yes.
Well, I started by asking you about 14.5
yes,
cents.
The 14 that you are relating to was for the hurricane damage, yes. That 14 cents. Because I was focusing on the adjustment. The majority of it is for the hurricane damage.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Boy, Jamaican people are paying through their noses, eh?
But Mr. Perkins, but I mean, I don't want to go rehash what we went through already, but 14 Jamaican cents is, in the whole scheme of things, is really not. I mean, I wouldn't want to put that as paying through their noses, Mr. Perkins.
14 cents. 14 Jamaican cents per kilowatt hour. 15 cents, you said?
15, yes, about 15 cents.
15 cents per kilowatt hour.
Yes.
And about how many kilowatt hours does the typical consumer use?
I think most of JPS's customer base uses about 100 kilowatt hours. The majority of the
so
residential customers.
115 cents is $15.
Yes.
So you're going to pay an additional $15 per month. Right?
Well.
12.5, 60, 12 ones, 12 on 6, 18. 180, no, $1,800.
What I will agree with you that when things are expensive, every nickel does make a muckle, and it does really add up. But in the whole scheme of things, in terms of just an adjustment, it's really not a major adjustment. And the reason it's not that major is two things. One, in our decision in 2005, we had said that the recovery should be over a 2-year period, not over 1 year, in order to lower the impact on the consumer.
Mirabeni should have no difficulty meeting its tax obligations.
Mr. Perkins, I just want
to
clarify
hold on 1 minute. There's a gentleman who has a question he wants to put to you.
Hello?
Hello, yes?
Yes. Mr. Geddes.
Yes, sir.
I am glad you come back, because I want to pin you down to something. I think you are familiar with how the JPS bill is computed.
Yes, more or less.
More or less. Well, you would have known then, the way it is computed covers all current bills. Everything.
All current?
Yes. All current, and therefore there is all current bill, all current cost, and therefore there should be no reason for no back payment, no residual payment, right? And if you allow me, I will prove it to you.
Sir, but I'm not sure what is the point you're making, sir. Why don't you ask me the question first? Because
let me ask you the question.
Hold on just a moment for me. We're going to take a break. Hold on.
My mother said, he going pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family, even your plate. nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Fine food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
Every day is a miracle to me.
Hi, I'm Denise, and I've got HIV. You know what makes me keep taking my ARV medicine? My children. I want to be here for them. I have to make sure and take my medication on time, every time. Another reason, just feeling like this, healthy and fit and looking good, it's great.
ARVs for life. Right on time, every time. Call 1-888-991-4444 to find out more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here on land.
Yes, Mr. Geddes.
Yes, sir.
All right. I've been through 2 of the 4 components that computes the bill. I've been through the energy, how it is done, and the customer charge. I am at FE adjustment now.
Yes, sir.
All right. I want you to look on the formula you give, or JPS give. That is billing rate, billing exchange rate, minus base exchange rate, divide by base exchange rate, and multiply by a factor there, 76. What is the 76?
Well, I don't have a bill in front of me, sir, so I'm not quite understanding what you're asking me. What
you should be familiar with, eh?
You're looking at a bill now.
Yes.
And you're asking me what is the 76?
Yes. Well, it's constant, you know. It used to be 75. And since 2006, it becomes 76, right? And that activates the whole foreign investment component. Foreign investment. I spoke to Mr. J. Paul Morgan sometime in OTRS, and this is what he says. It used to be 75, and they were thinking of upping it when they think of the amount of foreign exchange investment component that the company deals with. Now it has moved to 76 since 2006, and then the seriousness of that, the rate FE adjustment is a percentage of the rest of the bill, thereby bringing in an ad valorem effect. Sir,
I'm still not sure what you're asking. No, I've listened to your comments, but I'm not sure what it is you'd like me to do.
Well, because you are mixed, I heard a point that the JPS is contemplating some retroactive tariff to compensate for foreign losses or whatever, or not foreign losses, or foreign inflation. And I'm saying...
Retroactive?
Yes. Are you going to import it now?
Where did you hear that?
Well, I heard it on the program. I don't know whether it's retroactive, but you're going to be charging us now for inflation losses incurred. Isn't that so, sir?
Are you referring to what I said, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what I had said is that the annual adjustment takes into account inflation.
Yes.
That's what I didn't
local inflation.
Local and inflation in the United States.
Right. And I'm saying that 75, which has moved up to 76, factor. I'm sorry that you are not sufficiently apprised of how the thing is computed, but that 76 takes into account all foreign exchange investment component. So, and there's no reason why the JPS should contemplate charging us a tariff for foreign inflation.
Sir,
yes.
let me explain to you that the tariff,
yes,
which was approved in 2004, takes into account a lot of different factors, and it's there for anybody who wishes to look at it. You can look at it and go through it.
I am only privy, Mr. Geddes.
Sir, can I just finish the point? You raised something,
okay,
and I'm trying to respond.
Yes.
The economists are and our financial analysts are very much aware,
yes,
of the different components and what the consumers are built for. There is no overlapping. When you have two things that are connected, what they do is they give it a weighted average, so as not to have two things impacting
Mr. Geddes,
on you.
Mr. Geddes, you need to get back on a price yourself. The bill that I have before me, which is from March to April, the billing exchange rate is $67.80 Jamaican dollars to the US dollar.
Yes,
67.80. Right? And during that period, I don't know that we went over 67.80. So it was very current.
What month was that?
March 14 to the 17th of April.
Sir.
67.
But that sounds rather high.
Very high. Higher than what?
Gentlemen, can I
what
point
was
out
the
something
weighted
to you?
average? Yes.
Gentlemen, can I point out something to you? Whatever rate JPS uses, OUR stipulates that they must use the rate set by Bank of Jamaica. So it's not an arbitrary thing that JPS comes up with. And that, again, is completely monitored every month and every quarter. As a matter of fact, starting very shortly, we're going to be publishing on a quarterly basis the validation of all the different fuel rates that JPS uses, and you can then look at it.
You are expecting us to take whatever JPS impose on us as gospel.
Sir, I am not saying that to you, sir. I'm saying to you that the rate that JPS uses is not pulled out of the air. I'm saying that...
No, well, but that is the rate that allows them to be current.
All right.
Okay.
All right, I think we better leave it at that.
Mr. Perkins. Thank you.
All right, I think we've made your point.
I need to finish with you.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Yes,
good
sir.
afternoon to you.
Yes, sir. When we get men like these, I think it is that we're having for the public to ask him questions. Because when he's saying that why the difference between America and us is because Highland. And the Highland, it's not every Highland, have this difficulty with getting electricity to our sufficiency in Jamaica. Like in Barbados. I lived in Bermuda for over 3 years at one time. I was there again for another 2 years. And for many 6 months, and it's one time I ever encounter the current being gone for a short while too. And we have never have a 6 months in our island here, which we don't. Some places.
That is quite true.
Some place in our island here, especially in Sri Lanka, where the poor people live in, is there. I was want to ask him about the bad generator. He's talking about the trees that limbs that brushing against these trees. Nothing like of the sort. They have been used that like here the police said there was a shootout and the man was found suffering from gunshot wound and taken to the hospital and pronounced dead. These trees that he's talking about, is their duty to cut these trees if so be it.
I should have thought so.
And more so, I am in the northeastern St. Catherine area. And they have been telling us that when we call them time and time again, and when we check out the line from Bagwak to Riversdale, there is no tree touching these, but they have their bad transformer. And when sometimes they will call when they come and say they repair, before they go off a mile away, it's down again.
What has Mr. Geddes himself admitted, sir?
He didn't talk about the
generators,
he talked about the generators.
The equipment that they have.
Yes.
Are in many cases older than he is. Right?
It's like a man of a whole donkey and his back is sore and he keeps riding it.
And it's not just the generators, I think it's as you say, things like transformers.
Transformers, sir.
Yes.
And these light posts, and when they come and say they fix them before they go a mile down again.
Yeah. Miran came here, sir.
And as you rightly said, and I thank you for bringing up that point, as you rightly said, the government is not on the people's side to see that we get good service.
Yes.
It's just for them to collect their money.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's the government's duty. Bring them in the Highland, or whether even the government they run it themselves, their duty is to see that we get our money.
They are there to protect the Jamaican people, yes.
When all these low circuit and all these things happen and our appliance knocked out, our thing in our fridge decay, nobody compensate us.
Yes.
And many of these things cause the house to burn down. And if it's saying again that these limbs are broken or against this tree, it will cost people, it is in people's life are in jeopardy.
Yes.
So it's their duty to limb these trees because they can, some of these trees are where they talk about maybe fruit trees. People go there to pick fruit, or you tie animals on them and you go to pull the animal and you get electrocuted as well. So they are just giving us, drawing a cloud over our faces. I wish that we would have a government, the day I would live to see, before I die, to see the government see the people interest. Our interest. The public service is a light, and like I tell you, Mr. Perkins, I disagree to sell the public service to anybody, any other couple, because it's the light of the country. And if a man have his lamp in his house and sold his lamp in his house, they leave his family in darkness at any time.
Yes.
And they who bought our public service, when they can go away and left us in darkness. I appeal to the government that should never sell it.
They have done well out of us, you know.
Pardon?
They have done well out of us.
I believe if we shouldn't vote for the government for nothing, it's for selling out our country. Even if Trinidad, I remember as a youngster, Trinidad and Barbados and those places was bowing to us.
But look here, it's not just the foreigners. The foreigners are really in the big money, right?
Yes.
But there are some people who are, I suppose Jamaicans who are not doing badly. You heard what Mr. The minister.
Yes.
Mr. Douglas.
Yes.
Said about the contract NSWMA contractors.
Yes, sir.
That the government was providing them with trucks. They didn't have to come with trucks to do the job that they were going to do. The government provided the trucks.
Yeah.
And they provided gas oil for the trucks.
Yeah.
Right? And he said that in his estimation, the typical contractor was getting more oil, 6 times, enough oil in a month, right? To have served them for 6 months doing the job that they were doing.
Yeah.
So every month they're getting 6 months oil, right? And they're selling or otherwise, disposing of 5 months of it.
Yeah.
Right? Now, what kind of racket that is?
Bandulu, Mr. Perkins.
And who was the minister when all this was going on?
They want to say Mr. Pernell Charles.
No, Pernell Charles? Pernell Charles was way back in the 1980s.
Way back in the 80s. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
We saw them bringing all these people from foreign to come here to do trade work, mason work, carpenter work. And I tell you, Mr. Perkins, if you should make an application to Bermuda, Cayman, Nassau,
yes,
they will tell you that Bermuda and come first. And if they'll have to put it in the paper and for a long time.
No, in Jamaica, the Jamaican doesn't come first.
But we doesn't come first.
No.
A lot of tradesmen in the country can do good masonry. And that they brought and come to tell us that we don't have adequate masons in our country. That's not true.
Absolutely.
Many years gone by.
Hold on just a moment.
Employers, remember you have a responsibility to submit your annual returns for 2006. Ensure that you include the correct name, TRN and NIS number of each employee. Submit your NHT annual returns now. The time by the NHT is
12:45.
Celebrating social style, unwrap a lot of happy smiles. Just think of the joy you bring with a social gift that keeps on giving.
Ideal for celebrating celebrating life goals or marking special occasions, a Scotia gift certificate is the one gift your friends and family will appreciate for years to come. That's just her call or visit any Scotiabank branch today for details on Scotia gift certificates. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back online.
If I ever see 6 months pass and we don't have a power cut, then I say that we are getting the jackpot.
Yes, indeed.
Of course, because we've been handled very, very shabby.
They are under no obligations as to the quality of the service they provide. Right?
And as I was saying about the tradesmen, you have a lot of good tradesmen in our country. Mason and carpenter who can do work very good, and many of them today don't cannot send their children to school because they don't have no job. And you put foreigners outside in our country to work, and our own Jamaican is to sit back. In some countries you couldn't do that. The people would take to the street.
Yes.
And I'm very totally against it, Mr. Perkins. These jobs should be advertised in the Gleaner and on radio, especially in the paper, and advertise them. And when people look in them, when tradesmen look in there in the paper, they saw it. But nowadays they go to the paper, you look and you don't see nothing for nobody at all. And I tell you, the country gone rotten. I wish the people in Jamaica may open. You know, other country, and we are at the bottom of the ladder. Jamaica at one time, we wouldn't go leave to go to Bermuda and not on these places to go to work. They would have to want to come here to work when I was a youngster. Now we have to we would do anything to get to these islands. Any other island to leave Jamaica and go to work, you get money and come back here and can be lost by a motor car and so forth. And nobody coming here to look how I work so much. But people stow away, we leave them locked up in barrels and lose their lives to go to other country to work. I tell you, Mr. Perkins, I wish we as Jamaicans may come to sense and stop talk about time of dieted, labor dieted PNP, and look at the running of the government. If it's jail period...
We want some die-hearted Jamaicans.
Yes, a die-hearted Jamaican. Not partisan die-hearted. If the country is not running well by Mr. John, put Mr. John away. If Mr. B can run the country, God, bring in Mr. B or give him a trial. We're not going to sit down with a horse or with a donkey, have a sore back and keep riding it.
Well, we're hearing that Sister P is the one to do it.
We don't see I believe that she was going to do something. I don't see nothing. Because I remember one time when the police, they beat a woman and she harder that investigations would come back to her and this fellow with the police flag another woman. And we don't hear nothing of it up to today.
What if the Ministry of Local Government, specifically the NSWMA, for which that ministry was responsible, was being run like that during her time as minister, right?
Yeah.
I wonder what kind of leadership she's going to be able to offer to Jamaica.
I believe many want to exploit Sister P. Because many of them were going out, and because they saw it was Sister P coming in, they forfeit, they turned back to, in other words, it showed that they didn't agree with Mr. Pattison. They offered to resign, and they were on their way going out.
Who are these?
And yes, plenty of them. As soon as they find that Sister P get in position, they are heading back to exploit Sister P.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, I believe that's what they do. They can manipulate her, and that's what I believe. That the whole thing about it, their Sister P is not Sister P. Is what they can get or what they can do as they like with Sister P.
Well,
and if Sister P ever won this election, they would use her.
Oh, you think so?
They would use her, and our taxpayer money would go on to the drain.
Oh, well. All right, sir.
Why they were going and turn back then, sir?
Well, I don't know.
Why? Many of them were going. And as soon as Mr. Patterson gone, they said, I'll go back.
Well, I don't know. Have they turned back?
I'm going back to
you mean you? Well, I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
I'm calling from Comapen, Mr. Perkins.
From where?
Comapen.
Comapen?
Yes, in St. Elizabeth.
Yes.
Near to Junction. Mr. Perkins, there is something happened about a half an hour ago. I come visit my sister. And
what?
I come look for my sister. And when we are in the house, we see 9 policemen. Why I discern them as policemen? They're in a full suit of overall, black. They have the long gun, they have the short gun, they have the whipper where they cut down the ganja, and they have a long saw back of them. They pass and then go next door. If I see them tear off the door, they never get through. They go up.
They didn't come to your house?
After they do that, they come to my sister's house.
So they passed and they went next door?
Next door. And after they went next door, they come back to my
What were they doing next door?
They were trying to tear off our outside toilet door.
The toilet door?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I don't know. When they come back now and then go up, and after that they come back and one.
Well, did they succeed in tearing it off?
No, sir. They never succeed.
Oh.
And after they come back now, one of them come directly up underneath my sister veranda, and I come out to him and I said, "What are you doing here?" And said, "I'm looking for ganja." Mister, you're looking for ganja, you can. At that time, Mr. Perkins, there are several of the rest of them around the house, circle the house. My sister get very panicked, and I have to tell him, say, cool down. I come out and I said, what do you want, officer? He said, I'm looking for ganja. I said, you can't look for ganja here. He said, when I was up there, I observed her talking on the phone. I said, if you are about a chain off out there and you look, stay out there and observe my sister through the window talking on her phone. So I say, if her phone rings, she don't have the right to answer her phone, Mr. Perkins.
But if she wants to make a call, she has a right to make it too.
Right. So I said to him, the officer, you stay up there and see my sister when she answers her phone, right? When both of them were passing my sister's house, when you stay up there and observe my sister on her phone, you should have observed me when I in my brassiere and my panty. When you suppose I have to duck, so it's the same way you stay up there and observe my sister on her phone. You should have observed me when I in my brassiere and my panty when you were passing my sister's house. Almost the veranda. Now you come up on the veranda now, accuse my sister that you are used to observe her on the phone. That means that she was giving out information to somebody, say they are around. Mr. Perkins, you think that thing is right? My sister is very sick and I see where she was getting very panic. Right?
So what happened eventually?
After that, no, I said to them, say, all right, it's not fair. You come clear up underneath her veranda now, or terrorizing so you see her on the phone. What you want her to do? When me look the others, yet no come down. And then say, all right, mommy, you're all right, you're all right, you're all right. Me say she all right from time because she never have nothing to fear. And now him come up underneath the veranda go accuse her about he see her, observe her on the phone, talking. So what I said to them, say, is that fair? Me say, she is a widow. Right now, the person that's supposed to plant the ganja, she lie down out there in the ground, in the grave, and they kill him, they murder him 95, and all know I never see nobody come here to help her find the killer. And now you are going to accuse her of say you are looking for ganja and you see her on the phone talking. So you believe say she are talking to somebody about say they are around with the ganja. Mr. Perkins, you can't help me start out that stuff. Because right now my sister, she's diabetic and I see the fear in her. Suppose they may make my sister drop down today. Where they not going to tell we said, Mr. Perkins?
Well, fortunately nothing like that happened then. They were reasonably controlled. They didn't come knocking down things in your house and searching for ganja, did they?
No, if we did give them the chance.
Yes, well, you just had a chat with them and they went about their business.
Well, what I'm saying, and I must know that the officers are who is control of that area, that they must hear. When they are sending them out, send them in the area that they know that what they are looking for. You can't send them with decent people.
Well, we don't know what information they had, you know.
Yes, that I said to them, I said, you get information, go to where you get your information. Because
yes, but you don't know whether they got information about that locality, you know.
Well, Mr. Perkins, if it was my sister alone, I know that we would have signed her dead. If I wasn't there...
Anyway, it turned out all right, and so don't worry too much about that.
Well, I'm trying to tell you to help. We put something across and say they must try more, be careful, because you have some people out there, they are very easy to get panic. And you could have a heart failure at that time.
No, man.
And I don't feel good about it, Mr. Perkins.
Don't worry about it.
9 black men come up, what if she alone? Oh, my God.
No, don't worry too much about it.
Well, thanks for hearing me, sir. Have a
all
nice
right.
day.
All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Perkins? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, this morning I asked a question, sir. This morning I hear speaking to that man, the Light and Power man, like. You know why he come over the radio last week, Mr. Perkins?
Why what?
You know why he come over the radio last week? If your bill come to $3,000, you have to pay extra of $1,500. I don't understand, Mr. Sagan, call and ask you.
If your bill comes to what? $1,000?
$3,000.
$3,000?
Yeah, you have to pay extra. $1,500.
What for?
I don't know, sir.
Where you heard that? Where you heard that?
It come over the radio last week, Mr. Perkins.
Oh?
And it coming from the public service, too. That's right.
That will be 50% more?
That's right.
I haven't heard that.
Yes, sir, I come over the radio.
Oh, yeah?
Last week.
No,
but
man.
I don't understand it.
You made mistake.
No, Mr. Perkins, you might hear somebody else call you about the same thing, too.
All right.
So when my son come in meeting, I tell him about it, too. Yes, sir.
All right, well, I'll check on that.
Yes, sir. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Hello?
Hello, Mutty.
Hi, how are you?
Boy, Mutty, I'm excited, and, you know, when we got independence in 1962...
Yes?
We thought we were going to build the greatest little nation on earth.
Oh, yes, indeed, didn't we?
Full with enthusiasm.
Yes.
Right? And at that time, people went to hospital, they got looked after, and didn't have to find these whole heap of fees, right?
Yeah.
And Mr. Norman Manley had started before we get independence. We might not have agreed with the method, but to try to bring education to more and more of our Jamaicans, right? Mr. Edward Allen tried in his way to... The methods might not have been perfect, but they had the idea of trying to open up the education system to the more Jamaican people who didn't have a chance to obtain a good education, right? And we had thought, Mutty, that, yes, the first thing we're going to develop is our people, right? Healthy people, well-educated, with a good security force and things. And we thought we were on that way. Now, Mutty, when Mr. Michael Manley came, he had more enthusiasm than sense. And when he found out he was mashing up the country and they had that debate in the House, and he couldn't find any other thing to tell the people, he came up with free education without right? And even Edward Allen jumped up from over his side of the House and went over to congratulate him, right? Poor David Corey was the Minister of Finance, never know he was going to pay for it. Well, it happened that they couldn't sustain it, right? Because what happened, Michael Manley destroyed over 25% of our economy.
Yes.
So if our economy was growing in the 60s, as it was under Shearers and other people, the Labour Party government, then we could gradually have achieved free education for all. And a proper
free education was not a bad idea, you know, sir.
No, sir.
It would have been an excellent investment.
Yes, it's the best investment we could do.
In the people of Jamaica.
Because, as you have always pointed out, our greatest asset is our people.
Absolutely.
Because if we had all the oil in the world and we don't know what to do with it, it's of no use to you.
Absolutely. If we had been able to to educate all our people.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
To whatever level they were capable of going.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
We would have been a lot better off for that.
No, Mr. Perkins, we come to this present time.
But it's one thing to reckon that free education would be a good thing.
Yes,
it's another thing to put it into effect.
Put it into effect.
Right?
And
Hold on just a moment.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is
1 o'clock.
This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303, Everglow, or Magic Coat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger Road Marking Paint. Available in white, yellow, and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocidal Solution. Treat flaking, peeling, and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-8884-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here.
Yes, Mutty.
Uh-huh.
No, Mutty, every great leader and every country that moves is a leader with a vision of where he wants to go, confidence in himself, and a dream. After the Great Depression, Franklin...
Are you on a cell phone?
No, I'm on a cordless phone.
Something has gone wrong with the line.
I'll go on a cordless.
Oh, you're on a cordless?
Yes, I'm on a cordless.
I see.
To move on, God.
Eh?
I'm going to change it to a line.
Yes, go to the land.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
As I was saying, Bucky.
Yes.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Uh-huh.
When we had the depression in the United States under Hoover there.
Uh-huh.
He had a dream of how he could change America around.
Yes.
And he started with these massive public works, and then after the war, they followed up with the GI bills to bring education to the American people all over the country. When Castro started his revolution in Cuba, and he started out with his 14 or 15 people that were defeated, he didn't give up. He had a dream, and he had to make that dream come true. All great leaders start with a dream and a vision of what they want. Now, Mr. Golden came with this thing the other day about education starting from the preschool level going right up to secondary level in the beginning. That is a dream for our country. A dream also with the health services. And what do we find? We have people in Jamaica, journalists and all of that, talk, but when we are going to get the money, Lord Jesus, but we try to educate with people, Lord. You know, this government has destroyed the self-confidence of our people, right? Remember Queen's Highway? Remember the Mayton bypass, Mutty? It was Jamaican engineers who did those things, you know. And they stood up. No, we get engineer Bouy from France and all over. And then sell out to the French people to pay a toll for 30 odd years. You understand? This country is being led by people without imagination. In my estimation, Omar Davis is the worst thing that ever happened to this country. He has destroyed our indigenous black entrepreneurs. Yes, I'm using the word black, right? Because they built up things through hard sweat and tears and planning and things, and he wiped them out overnight. And now we have bankers from Cuba, Canada, the commanding heights of the economy, as Michael Madden called, are owned by foreigners, right? We have a minister telling us that they're selling out our most important asset for production, the public service company. And we can't ask a question about it because of United States law. We're a sovereign country, Wilmot Davis. Are you hiding something else? You must know we're a sovereign country. And I would implore Jamaicans, put aside PNP, GLP, and buy into a vision of an educated, healthy Jamaica. And have investment to promote our country. Instead of finding things more called back to power radio, say, well, with this fee help them with that. If we dream and we want it, we can achieve it, buddy. Whatever our heart our minds can conceive, we can achieve. Let us start with our people. I've heard you time and time again. And do away with the spirit of doubt and it can't be done and all of that. Omar Davis don't have that vision. The PNP can't do it. So if somebody come and have a vision for the upliftment of our country, let us buy into it and support it.
I wonder what is Omar Davis's vision?
To set up himself them with security companies to get money from government investment in them company and then buy government security and then become billionaires.
Well, I don't know. Is that his ambition?
That's what it looked like to me.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I was just thinking that perhaps he had in mind a level of indebtedness of about $10 billion.
He might well achieve it, but if you allow him to go.
Maybe that is what he fancies. I mean,
yes,
you know.
Yeah, the greatest borrower of all time. You know, Mutty, and it pains my heart to see our people.
His ideal Jamaica is a Jamaica that owes $10 billion.
Yes, Mutty. Yeah. But I tell you, man, we need to capture that spirit, that enthusiasm, that dream of a better Jamaica that we had in 1962. You understand? I was sure that lady that was saying, Amy Webster, the list about, she was trying to see the Union Jack coming down. No, let us be proud of the black, green, and gold. And let us make it the best country in the Western Hemisphere here. Why not? Why Bermuda? Why Cayman? Why Singapore? Why not Jamaica? Cayman was a dependency of Jamaica, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, I know.
I know that insulting our people got here. It hurt me when I hear one of these little countries putting up blocks against Jamaica coming in their country. You know, it paid me, you know, Mr. Perkins. And who caused it? Who caused it? It is our leaders. They have no vision of what all they want to go is to get richer and richer and richer. And when you read the World Bank report about most of these expensive road projects, they're just up there to make people get richer now. They don't really help the country as such. When we find this money to waste on this cricket thing, I see I said someone like Wilmot just came out the radio telling the rest of this cricket board, take your hands off my money. You know, they want the receipts from the gate receipts at the match of final to put in West Indies cricket board. So no, we spend the money and we have to make it back. Well, now, how are we going to make back the money that you dash in World Cup cricket? You know? Yes. And I would implore us, stop thinking of bad PNP and bad JLP, bad Jamaicans. Let us hold to the vision of an educated, healthy, well-paid security. We start to make sacrifices. Of course we're going to make sacrifices. Because we have to take money from other things to put into education and health. But the end will be a better Jamaica for all of us.
Yes. Okay. I'm a bad Barbadian. I don't like to fight.
Yes. I know, Mutty. And
When
let us
comes
get
the occasion, man, I die for me right.
Yes. I remember that. You know, sometimes when I hear the prophets, you see, Prophet Morrison the other day talking about the economy did not go 2.2%. It grew up 4.7%. You didn't hear him prophesy.
Oh, there's a lovely headline
Yeah.
in the Observer this morning.
Yes.
After 18 years,
Yes.
Jamaica still poised for growth. That is Ken Chaplin's article.
Oh, I see.
I haven't been able to read it yet. You know, but I think it's a lovely headline.
It's a beautiful headline.
After 18 years,
yes,
Jamaica still poised for growth.
Yeah. And you know, you see that chat out Prophet Wesley Hughes and Prophet Latimer.
No. Don't forget Prophet Morrison.
Prophet Morrison, he's the chief prophet. Phil is just a cover later prophet, you know.
And Prophet Greenspin.
Prophet Greenspin.
Oh, yes.
Tell you what, there is a bunch of jokes. But you know, it's the young people we have to appeal to. The young people that need to go to school and university can't get a job. And you know, they need to look at themselves and have self-respect and self-esteem. And don't make them come and give like $1,000. Don't be dependent, be independent, Mutty. And let us buy that dream that we had in 62. Bring back the 1962 feeling to Jamaica.
Yes.
And I'm certain if we believe in it and if we work towards it, we can achieve it. Don't say that we can't educate our people. We will be worthless.
Yes.
Thank you, Mutty.
Quite true.
Good.
Okay. Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the lady who called a while ago said...
I cannot hear a word you're saying.
I said the lady who called a while ago said if the light bill comes to $3,000...
Look here.
Yeah.
Will you speak directly into the phone?
You're not hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you a bit better now.
Yeah, the lady who called a while ago said if the light bill comes to $3,000, right? And it's $150 going to come on it at one time now. You hear what I say?
If the light bill comes to $3,000.
Yeah. And now $150 going to come on it at one time now. It's like, 15%. Something like 15%. It's $150.
Whatever. I haven't worked out the mathematics of that, but what is the point you're making?
No, I was calling to Car. She was saying it was $1,500.
Oh.
You understand?
Did she?
Yeah, it's $1,500, she said, but it's $150. I'm the blind guy who called in last
What was she talking about?
The light bill. The raise now?
That if the light bill...
Yeah. Yeah, if the light bill, okay, and if the light bill usually comes to $3,000.
Yes, I'm sorry, I missed that.
You missed it.
Yes, but that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
It's $150 gonna add on it. It's $150 gonna add on it now.
I don't know if...
CVM bring it over. CVM bring it over on the news program.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was the guy who called in last month about the music.
About music?
Yeah.
What about music?
I was want to pursue the career in the music. Perkins, in everything I try, I don't know what. And I was blind now in 2002.
You were what?
I blind in 2002.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Out of the braille paper, I built the braille card, right? A deck of card and so on. And I was pursuing in marking it.
You were doing what?
Building braille card.
Yes.
Out of the braille paper, cut it in the shape of the card and do the designing of the art and clubs and spade.
Why don't you keep your voice up for me?
Yes, you hear me now?
Yes.
Out of the braille paper, right? I cut out the like a card. and I designed art and clubs on it, and I did build a packer card, and so I was proceeding in that area, but the card is taking me like 2 to 3 days to build. It didn't make no sense to what I could sell that for to make a living out of it, so it didn't make any sense. So I scrapped that idea.
So what music do you want to do?
And it's reggae music.
Reggae music.
Yeah, it's a crossover between reggae and hip hop.
You have an instrument?
No, I sing.
Eh?
Sing.
Hold on just a moment.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Red Hills Road. Telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialists, where everyone gets a discount. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, sir.
Yes, in last month when I called you, I told you I have 2 songs ready. Now I have 3 now.
You have 3 songs ready?
Yeah, I have 3 songs ready. I write to the braille and so on. I have some very good reggae song, crossover between reggae and hip-hop. And I go to one producer, he hear the song, but like he want to steal it, so... And he was telling me that to make another artist do it, but too I'm blind. To make another artist do it. And
Do you play music?
No, I don't play music, I sing.
Eh?
I sing.
You sing?
Yeah. I write music and sing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, what you need to do is get in touch with a musical promoter, you know?
Yes, I tried that, but I'm not getting through.
No?
Through
Why?
my disability.
Eh?
Through my disability. You hear what I said?
Yes, your disability.
Yeah.
Well, what about if you could write the music and sing the song, then what is the disability?
The blindness.
Well, how does that affect it?
They are saying to do like stage show and so, but I tell them it's
They're saying that
I
what?
want to do. To do like the stage show and so, and I have to have someone to bring me around, and it's too difficult. And
Yes,
all
but what you want is a recording.
Yeah.
Eh?
What I want to do is recording.
Yes. But are there people who do that?
And there are people who do the recording, but I need sponsorship. They need, some of them need like $15,000 go to do the recording. I call a number of people and find out the price system.
Or they would charge you to do that?
Yeah, if you do the recording.
But then you'd need to get an orchestra or a band to...
They stopped using band. They started doing everything digital now in studio and such.
Oh, digital?
Yeah.
Well, you need to talk to one of these people.
I try them. All of them is money they're defending, and who don't want not defending the money.
Yes, but when they make the thing, presumably, and you sell it, then they would make their cut out of it.
Yeah, but it's difficult to buck up on one like that.
Oh.
The one they might buck up on is money they're defending, or they want to take the song and to give another artist to make a buck up money off of it. Because they say the song them sound good. But the trick to it
They say the song is good?
Yeah, the trick to it, I didn't bring on the song on paper. I just sing it to them and they hear the song. So to why do the song them so fast, they couldn't catch it. Yeah, but they say it sound good, but they couldn't catch the lines them.
Well, enter into some arrangement with them, man.
And as I told you, the one them are buck up with is most of the money they are defending or they want to take away the song.
Yes, but you said there are some who like the song.
Yes, the
and
one
who would
like
give it. Who would want to give it to
song.
some other artist to sing?
Yeah, they want to give other artists them.
Yes, and then you would make some money off it as the author of the song.
I will make royalty off of it, but most of them they want to cut you out of it too. They know your disability, you're not seeing, and
yes.
if you don't want to back you, you're in a difficulty there.
Boy,
to the level of this level, and just in this country, you have to be cautious out there. Be very cautious.
Oh boy.
If I try the break card, I bring it to society, and everybody was saying it like was a cash cow this, and I think I was reaching somewhere far with that, but they want me to do it with my hand, to actually draw with braille. You know braille? To actually draw art and clubs, all of them design in there on 52 card. I think like 2 to 3 days. That don't know worthwhile. What I can sell out at the card for that don't make any sense.
What you need is a good manager, you know.
I have the talent, but no one to guide.
Yes, but I'm sure that there are people out there who would
yes, I know.
Who would take it on and do the management for you.
Yes, I know. I cannot get that guidance.
All right. I tell you, I'm going to suggest that you leave a number with us.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And just in case anybody hearing is prepared to offer you some kind of assistance.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So hold on just a moment, and we'll take the number. Okay. Do you want to hear some email? Listen.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
I'm in the UK, sir. But I just want to know that I listen to your program every day. The main thing I want to say, Mr. Perkins.
That what?
The main thing I want to say, Mr. Perkins, that gentleman you spoke to yesterday about health services in England. I've been a student here for the better part of 18 months. I know that the health system here is free.
Yes.
You pay a small fee with a ceiling for any prescription that you get. Now, Mr. Perkins, if you are a citizen of England, it is free. I got exemption because I am a student, and I also have been treated free of cost. That gentleman doesn't know what he's talking about. Mr. Perkins, not until we as Jamaicans stop this die-hearted PNP and JLP business and start to vote on performance, we won't have a better country.
Yes, the thing about countries like Britain, you see, and other countries in Europe, the levels of taxation are quite high. But when you pay that tax, you get your money's worth. Right? Here in Jamaica, you're called upon to pay the tax. And what do you get for it? What do you get?
Mr. Perkins, I am wondering if I could use this medium to find out if we are going to have any information regarding the candidates that are running for both parties in all the constituencies, JLP and PNP. We need to have some biographical detail about them. I'm particularly interested in Dr. Trevor Monroe and Dr. D.K. Duncan, and the part they played in Jamaican politics in the 1970s. Mr. Perkins, do not also forget Dr. Monroe's role in Grenada. Mr. Perkins, those people should have everything written about them, JLP and PNP, so that we can know where they are coming from. Not only where they now stand, but where they are coming from and the history of all their political dealings. Mr. Perkins, do you think it's a good idea? I'm speaking of all 60 candidates.
Yes, I suppose it is a good idea. I should think that maybe their opponents, maybe the opposition would want to tell you about the government candidates, and the government side would want to tell you about the opposition candidates. I hear them talking about Mr. Bruce Golding, for example, having left the Labour Party, gone to the NDM or formed the NDM and gone back. I suppose, that can be done by the Labour Party too, talking about PNP candidates and, vice versa.
Mr. Perkins, when I heard you with Mr. Douglas this morning, I was not surprised when he said that the contracts for the NSWMA were given out over the last 15 or so years, according to the Gleaner, to anybody. I don't expect Mr. Douglas to say anything else. But I can tell you for a fact, Mr. Perkins, I know of two of them. And one is a certain lady who used to work behind Jamaica House with the government of Jamaica and has one of the largest road cleaning and street cleaning contracts in the corporate area. That lady, we should love to know her political affiliation. Mr. Douglas went on to tell you that they also put oil and gas in their car, and I suppose he maintained them too.
Yes, and he said that they used enough in a month, enough gas oil to run their vehicles for 6 months. So what is happening? The government is paying for the gas oil, and they're taking it and doing what with it? That sounds like a racket of class.
Mutty, I wonder if some media persons remember how they lambasted the garment manufacturers at the Free Zone. They call them sweatshops. Now, in my estimation, that was work that was necessary for so many of our women and young people. Think of what is happening now, Mr. Perkins. Read today's Star. Read X News. You see what the young girls are doing. A garment factory would have helped Mr. Perkins. Many mothers depended on it to pay their children's school fee. Mr. Perkins, sometimes these so-called economists, I think some of them should wear short pants for where they have led this country and this government.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back shortly.
Get more from your money with a Golden Egg deposit account from COK. It pays more than your regular bank account.
flood out again. So my bet that the election will be called before. And that is why you see all this cleaning up is going on now.
Yes, I think NSWMA, is very visible in terms of the cleaning up operations. If they're not being properly done, the government would be well advised to get it in good shape so that the
Contractor General will be able to sort of imprimatur.
The election, it will have an effect upon the election if they can get the place looking clean and tidy and so on, and say, look at what we have done.
And the contracts are properly given out.
There you are.
Mr. Perkins, good day to you, sir. I just want to commend you on the good work you continue to do. I am writing in respect of an incident that occurred on Friday, May 4th, 2007. My mentally challenged brother went to the police station in Claremont, St. Anne, and reported a cousin of mine who we accuse of stealing a pair of pants from him. I must note that this is totally untrue. The police accompanied my mentally challenged brother to the home of my cousin. My cousin started to raise his voice at my mentally challenged brother in the presence of the police by telling him that he was going to deal with him for telling such a lie on him. During this process, the police took my cousin and locked him up without bail until court day, which is May 15th, 2007. My reason for really writing this email is really to find out if such a thing is legal for a policeman to lock away someone without bail until court day for a trivial matter like this. It is in the same Claremont community that more serious cases occurred without the help of policemen, yet they found time and police vehicle to follow my mentally challenged brother to arrest my cousin for foolishness. I think the policemen need to address this matter very seriously. It's ridiculous. What action can be taken in a situation like this?
Get a lawyer. A lawyer can deal with that. Writ of habeas corpus, I believe. Habeas corpus.
Hi, Mutty. Listening to you in London. That conversation you had with Mr. Harry Douglas about the trucks and the oil bill. I have a few questions on the matter. Is overbilling not a criminal offense that should have been investigated by the police and the persons involved arrested and charged?
Good question.
Is fraud or deception not punishable by law in Jamaica? Where were the managers, the auditors, and the persons in charge of the NSWMA? Did not the minister know what was going on in this very important department under her watch?
Good question.
Should they not all be investigated and prosecuted, Mr. Perkins, these managers and auditors and persons, and fired from their jobs for all these misdemeanors? Or what is it because a big man business why everything is so easy? Or is it because Jamaica is so well off that money is washing the streets and valleys of Jamaica? Well, Mutty, I want you to tell me.
Well, sir, it certainly seems to me strange. I mean, if what Mr. Douglas is saying is correct, and he should know, he's the junior minister in that ministry, and he's saying that, first of all, contractors are given contracts to do a job. They need equipment to do the job. They don't bring their own equipment, right? The contracts are not given to persons who have the equipment or can get hold of the equipment. The government provides free of cost the equipment to the person whom it has decided to give this contract, to whom it has decided to give the contract. and then supplies the fuel for the trucks to use, right? And then supplies more fuel than the trucks need to use in a given time, right? This sounds like an awful racket, a case of corruption gone wild. I was amazed to hear the minister say this. It sounds worse than what Mr. Valdepalma said the other day.
This is from Canada. I listened to Geddes of the OUR a short time this morning regarding impending JPS rate hike. He's talking a lot of nonsense. You cannot make adjustments for two inflations in Jamaica and the United States. Yes. That is double counting.
Yes, it seems so to me.
This agreement hoodwinks the Jamaican economists by the capture in the rates in obtaining a hidden rate of return, in addition to the 17.5% return on capital by adding U.S. rate of inflation. In addition, the JPS calculates its rate of return by inflating the value of the equipment each year by a formula called replacement method. That is the cost of replacing the equipment, even though it has not replaced, and even though it is not allowed by the Federal Power Commission in the United States, where equipment is depreciated in the books each successive year on an average of 5%. Unfortunately, I am on my laptop and not near the landline. But the JPS agreement is riddled with so many things not favorable to the Jamaican people that it is not surprising when they show up from time to time, such as now. Incidentally, the real reason that Marabeni found JPS so attractive is that the profit margin is forecasted to increase significantly now that the JPS no longer has to amortize for capital improvement for the installation of replacement turbines, as those installed at Bogue is the last that the license calls for.
Oh?
It's a pity that I am so far from my telephone that I could speak to Mr. Geddes myself. But it is so in the license on the internet. From here on, new generating capacity is to be financed by the government in accordance with the license.
I beg your pardon?
It is from a gentleman who used to be a journalist in Jamaica. I don't wish to call his name, he hasn't said so, but he's now in Canada. Here it is.
Well, what's his name?
Max Lamy.
That's Max Lamy?
Yes.
Oh, this is extraordinary. Look here, we have to keep that and look further into the matter. I wish we could get in touch with him to have him.
Perhaps he's hearing us. I don't have a telephone number, but I could send him an email.
Send him an email and ask him whether we can get in touch with him for a talk.
All right, just let me finish this.
Yes.
Mutty, perhaps the entrepreneurs eligible for those loans the Prime Minister is proposing to make available from the Housing Trust funds, etc., are of the same quality of individuals and have the same work ethic as the NSWMA contractors you spoke of, only in Jamaica. Mr. Perkins, tell me this. Whose term has been the last 18 years at the PNP I've been in power? You know, I listened to the Prime Minister during our budget speech, and up to last night she was on TV talking about Portia, as if she were not speaking about herself. And it is clear that she doesn't see herself as being part of the government for the last 18 years. The last election, their slogan was, "It will be the people's term." Do you remember that campaign?
Yes, I remember that.
Then in 1993, they said they put people first. Which people were they referring to? Now this term is Portia's term. When will it be Jamaica's term, Mr. Perkins? Portia's had our term for 18 years and longer. We, the Jamaicans, want our term now.
Well, I suppose that the people who were collecting these handsome benefits from NSWMA as contractors, I suppose they would say that they have benefited. I am amazed. I really am amazed. And to hear it coming out of the mouth, not of some journalist or something, but of a minister of the government. I find this amazing.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
If somebody had told me that Mr. Douglas had said that, and his senior minister, that they had said that, if I hadn't heard it myself, I would not believe it.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Morning.
I'm here wondering if we are back to the days of power outage. From last night, Monday, 7th May 2007, we had a power outage in Spanish Town for approximately 6:15 p.m. And it was one of the most miserable nights I've had in a long time since Ivan. Up to 12:30 a.m. the light was not back on. I had to contend with the heat, and upon opening the windows the mosquitoes came in. It was up until 12:45 a.m. I was up until 12:45 a.m. awaiting the return of electricity. At 1:50 a.m. the lights were back on. How can I keep awake much more to have a productive day at work? And then I thought about the excessive billings from the JPS had been rectified. Alas, it seems not. There was a power outage this morning from about 7 o'clock from, yes.
I hear the whole Constant Spring area, yes.
I don't know if it's still on. Mr. Perkins, economists investigating the impact of crime in developing world are yielding some harsh findings. A report to be released by the bank today.
Which bank?
This is the World Bank, and this is May 7th. That was yesterday. Says Jamaica is emerging as the murder capital of the Americas, while the Caribbean region now ranks as the world's most crime-ridden area.
Well, that was
cases
released some days ago.
Torn by civil war.
Yeah.
Maybe this person just saw it. What next, Mr. Perkins? My God. We are the most debt-ridden, crime-ridden, and don't speak of corruption. Mr. Perkins.
We take a break. We come back shortly.
Ocherius and surrounding areas. For Decra roofing tiles, top quality clay tiles and more, call Quality Dealers Roofing Limited, 3 Milford Road, Ocherius, telephone 974-6424. Quality Dealers Roofing, serving you since 1972. The time by Quality Dealers Roofing is
1:46.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't matter top, you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you, sir?
Not too bad.
My name is Pernell Charles.
Oh, yes, Mr. Charles.
I understand that you're looking for me. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to listen to your program today.
Well, Mr. Charles, I gathered from the junior minister in the Ministry of Local Government,
Mr. Harry Douglas.
Mr. Harry Douglas,
yes,
otherwise known as Pip Pip,
yes,
that there's an arrangement, or was an arrangement with in the NSWMA had an arrangement with contractors, where the contractors would be given, they would be hired, right? They would be given contracts, and then they would be provided with equipment, including trucks, and the trucks would be supplied. The trucks would be supplied with fuel, and this has been going on, and they would consume, they would take in a month enough fuel to run those trucks for 6 months, right? And that this is, so I asked who was he said when he went to the ministry, that's what he found in 2006. And I asked him, who was the minister before that? And, you know, he stumbled for a bit, but I insisted, and he started, well, back in the 1980s, it was Pernell Charles.
Oh, yeah, but Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
You know what that reminds me of? I was in a section of my constituency on Sunday night.
Yes.
And there were about 6 or 7 young people between the ages of 19 and 26.
Yes.
All raising hell. That none of the parties are better. They are the same thing, so they're not voting. So I said to...
You know, I think that this is, I hear this being said, and I gather that this is one of the strong points of the PNP's argument.
But listen to this. There were none of them who have ever seen the Jamaica Labour Party in administration. All the one that was 26. The PNP is in power almost 19 years. When he was 7 or 8, he admits that he didn't know anything about government. So he knows nothing about the PNP, about the JLP.
Yes.
But the PNP is now saying to a 26-year-old man, why are you worrying? Them no better than we. Now, there was a time when somebody was saying to a poor man, why are you trying to get rich when you can go to heaven? Work for me, I'm all right down here. You must lay up your treasures so you get rich in heaven. You don't have to worry that you're poor. Now, when Mr. Douglas could make such a statement to you, what you should do is to analyze that Mr. Douglas is there now, 4 of the 19 years. And this is what has been happening.
19 or 18?
Well, you're in the 19 year now. Well, say 18. All right? We are saying that, I am saying that it's almost 20 years.
Yes.
Now, they don't even remember who was the minister. Mr. Perkins, I became Minister of Local Government in 1980. And I was Minister for 2 years. Then I moved to Public Utilities and Transport.
Yes.
During that time, garbage collection was under the parish councils, the KCC. In fact, the minister had the same responsibility as a portfolio responsibility for the parish councils. I never hired a truck. I couldn't think of giving out a truck and fuel to a man for 6 months, don't know what he's going to do with the fuel for the 6 months, and then there's no garbage collecting.
No. You misunderstand.
What?
The man was given
free
over a 1 month period.
Yes.
Enough oil.
Yes.
Oil enough to have managed to have operated his truck, or his trucks.
Yes.
For 6 months. Right? And then the next month he would be given a similar amount.
No, Mr. Perkins.
What?
No. So that would be a year fuel in 2 months.
A year's fuel in 2 months.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. No wonder
and 6 years fuel in a year.
No, I don't, as bad as Mr. Douglas is. Well, you know, he had announced his retirement, but he has taken it back.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Douglas had announced that he wasn't running back, but he has taken that back. He's now going to run again.
Yes, indeed.
So he may be able to explain that. Mr. Perkins, I will tell you that. That is absolute rubbish. That smells like corruption, sounds like corruption, and is in fact the kind of thing that is happening that has destroyed this country. Now, even if Mr. Douglas had found such a thing, he has continued that for almost 20 years.
No, Mr. Douglas just went there in...
No, his government, or his party in government. If he's saying that was happening in the 1980s,
well,
it is acceptable to them that they have changed it.
I asked Mr. Douglas,
yes,
who was the Minister of Local Government?
Yes.
Just before he went there.
Yes.
And he started in 1980 with your name. Right.
That means he doesn't remember that the present Prime Minister was Mr.
Well, I think he eventually came around to admitting that.
Well, I will tell you so that if you get the Prime Minister, I am not sure that could pass our eyes either. So something is happening which is being exposed gradually, coming out of the closets. These are things that a public contract like that should be exposed. Something like that being done on behalf of the public. We would have to know. Because that's Mr. Perkins. That is corruption. That is rubbish.
Well, I'm not surprised that you say so, Mr. Charles.
But let me tell you something, Mr. Perkins. In 1980, when I became Minister of Local Government, and the trucks used to park somewhere in Kingston, somebody who wants a battery just had to go to the wall and bawl out, "Battery!" And you have to look at your head because you're going to drop in your head and the hand come out to collect. When Thursday day come, every garbage truck was available to come to drive the driver for pay. But on Monday morning, there was no garbage truck available to collect garbage. Well, you ask me. The people were complaining that the garbage was not being collected.
Yes.
But on a Thursday, payday, when I look outside, down the parish council, all the trucks were there and the drivers were there to collect. They pay. These trucks weren't owned privately by them, they were owned by the parish councils.
Yes.
So I can tell you, we move into a different dispensation when it was privatized, and the man would have to get his own truck, get his own fuel, and he'll be watched and managed. And at the end, if his work was good, he'll be kept on, and he'll be paid for that.
Yes.
The city was so clean that I cannot forget that it was announced in the British Parliament that if you want to see a clean city, go to Kingston. You see? So poor Mr. Douglas. Mr. Douglas, I know it's cold out there. It's lonely, and you're really looking company. But believe me, this is one that is a big lie. It's stupid. It's stupid in its sense that any intelligent person should come and say a foolishness like that.
What is stupid about it?
Well, the stupidity is that you think that could go under CRG and the JLP government.
Oh, I don't know if I just asked him who was the Minister of Local Government.
Yes.
Right? And he started back in the 1980s with Colonel Charles. Right. And I had some difficulty getting him up to the present.
Yes, so bring him on to who were the various ministers between then and now.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Perkins, I can't help you. I can't support that, except to say, if Mr. Then did he say that it's still happening?
Well, they're terminating it now. They're now trying to put they're now calling for tenders for those contracts.
90 days before the next election, Mr. Perkins.
Well,
if you follow that, he says it was happening in the 1980s. It means it has been happening true to now.
Well, the time has come to correct it.
They won't have a chance, Mr. Perkins. They won't have a chance to correct it. In fact, I can tell you that we are collecting information based on his statement and some other things that we know that is happening, which I can't expose at this time.
Yes.
But I can tell you, a man said to me, he's a racehorse man. He buys a racehorse on a Saturday. And he says that when a racehorse is a favorite, he wants to know how much dividend it's going to pay.
Yes.
He said that he'd been buying a favorite for 5 weeks. And the favorite win. But it pays 1 to 1.
Yes.
And out of his one, they take tax.
Yes.
You follow me?
Yes.
So it don't make sense to buy the favorite.
No.
You better try a 99 to 1. You may get a win. So I'm telling you, they have been favorite for the past 4 years, and they have paid little or no dividend. So those of you who would like to continue buying them, it is better be safer to keep your money.
Well.
Or buy somebody else who pays dividend, as likely to pay dividend.
Yes, well, I don't know, sir, but I am amazed to hear that Sister P would have presided over something like that in her ministry. I just cannot believe that the wonderful Sister P who loves the poor would have.
Well, I think that she's going to call you and tell you that Mr. Douglas don't know what he's saying. Or maybe Mr. Buchanan will call you and let you know that that's not what...
Well, I look forward to that, sir, because as it is, I'm very disturbed.
Well, you have added one more thing to my agenda for investigation. And if that is so, Mr. Perkins, we would like to know where that fuel went. And where the trucks are. Seriously.
Well, those people must own gas stations.
Are they maybe genetically connected?
Well, I don't know. I imagine that might be part of the problem.
Mr. Perkins, before you run, I want to bounce something off of you.
Yes.
Something that is bothering me. And this is in the Labour Party. There are some members, supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party, who have been out there so long, so frustrated. Not only JLP people, but I'm talking specifically now people who are in daily contact with, who is looking at me to say, they know I am a member of parliament in opposition. They know what the hell I have to raise to get one road to even clean. But they believe that I should do better. Now, Mr. Perkins, I have blocked roads, march. I have negotiated.
You know,
how can a man expect that in opposition you can do what the government is not doing and is not allowing you or giving anything to do?
I wish we could discuss this some more, Mr. Charles.
Yes.
But I have to take a break now. It's going to be a longish break. Eh?
All right, but I'll catch you. But just to advise Mr. Douglas, nothing go like that.
Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, great to value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forest. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. A deepening surface trough has been influencing weather conditions across Jamaica and could produce an increase in showers and thunderstorms by Wednesday. The Meteorological Service will continue to monitor the situation. This afternoon will be partly cloudy with isolated thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook, expect increased showers and thunderstorms as a result of the surface to upper level trough across the island. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
This Labor Day, paint with Berger. Paint with love. Beautify and add color to concrete walls with Berger 303 Everglow or Magic Coat. And for grills and doors, use Berger 404. Painting roadways and pedestrian crossings? Then use Berger Road Marking Paint. Available in white, yellow, and blue for parking spots for the disabled. Remember, surface preparation is key. Get rid of fungus and algae with Berger Biocidal Solution. Treat flaking, peeling, and chalking services with Berger Alkali Sealer. Need advice on your paint project? Call Berger at 1-888-4-BERGER or 322-1105 on Labor Day itself for free technical advice.
Oliver. Paul, me can't stop and talk to you now. Me I got Wendy's go eat some of them brand new double melt burgers.
New double melt burgers?
Yes, man, the bacon Swiss double melt. Make with half pound of beef, bacon Swiss cheese, and a creamy peppercorn sauce. And the steakhouse double melt. Make the same but with sauteed onions and mushrooms.
But are they good?
Good. Them succulent and delicious. The only problem is we don't know which one to eat first.
The Steakhouse and Bacon Swiss double melt burgers at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
No, them succulent.
Business Online is brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
Good afternoon. I'm Orville Johnson from Today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. Caribbean Cement Company Limited, CCCL, recorded profits amounting to $129.6 million during the first quarter of 2007 when compared to a loss of $190.6 million for the similar quarter of 2006. The improvements in profits came as there was no provision for cement claims during the quarter under review. Revenue for the quarter under review rose by 22% over the corresponding period in 2006. While the profits at its parent company, TCL Group in Trinidad and Tobago, moved from 14.6 million TT dollars for the first quarter of 2006 to 56 million TT dollars for the similar quarter in 2007. Jamaica's net international reserves, NIR, declined by $37 million during April 2007. The NIR currently stands at $2.92 billion. The NIR available is sufficient to import approximately 18 weeks of goods and services. The Jamaica dollar lost 5 cents today during foreign currency trading. The dollar closed trading at an average of $68.12 Jamaican for each US dollar in the Cambio market. There was no central bank intervention. All 3 stock market indices advanced today. 25 stocks were active today with 14 advancing, 5 declined, and 6 traded firm. The total volume traded was up 4.5 million units, changed hands today. Jamaica Broilers was the volume leader, trading 2.5 million units, followed by DB&G and Berger Paints. The day's winners were BNS Preference Shares, up 16% to close at $1.66. Denver & Geddes was up 6.3% to close at $8, while the Gleaner Company was up 5.7% to close at $1.65. The day's main decliners were Daring, Bunting and Golding, losing 2.4% to close at $22.05. Berger Paints slipped by 1.4% to close at $3.35, while NCB dipped by 0.49% to close at $4.08. The JC Index rose by 810 points to close trading at 91,017.85 points. Our advisor comes to you today from Guardian Asset Management, Jamaica Limited, GAM. Let's look at managing your cash flows during retirement. First, plan to live between 20 or 30 years beyond your retirement if you stop working at age 60. Use a longer time period if you retire before. Calculate your expenses and remember to build in a factor for medical expenses, which are likely to be higher as you age. When making your projections and plans for what you want to spend in the future, always make an allowance for inflation. It is more conservative to assume a higher rate of inflation in your retirement years. Always diversify your investments. Let your account executive at GAM help you choose the appropriate portfolio mix. For further information, please contact Guardian Asset Management, GAM, at 946-3800 or email them at gam@ghl.com.jm. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need further information, you can call us at 9277392 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com. You may also visit our website at www.todaysmoneylimited.com for further business news. Join me again tomorrow for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
Wow, a new gazebo. What's next? The pool?
Oh, you better believe it. I've been investing in Fortune 5 from Guardian Asset Management, and I get much higher returns, tax-free.
So how much did you really invest?
Well, my portfolio at Guardian Asset made me $100,000 in interest, and I put that in Fortune 5.
I get it. Stay invested and keep the long-term view alive while enjoying short-term gains.
You always get it.
Guardian Asset Management. Fortune 5 for investors who want more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award, on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, yes. Good
Yes.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Not bad at all.
Oh, good.
Calling about the serpent whips on our backs.
The what?
Serpent whips. You have to read for me. I don't know much you read the Bible, but 1 Kings 12, 10 to 11.
Uh-huh.
When Rehoboam got his mandate, he said, my little finger is thicker than my father's waist. My father laid on you a heavy yoke. I will make it even heavier. My father scourged you with whips. I will scourge you with scorpions. And I am saying that we, especially the elderly, are feeling the scorpion scourges at this point. Inflation, indebtedness, high medical bills, crime, violence, the whole lot.
Yes.
And we are asking for some reprieve, especially the old elderly. We can't take any more.
So what are you going to do?
Well, the elderly can be taken into, community help. They can act as chaperones, do craft work, art, writing, as in journalism and novels, teaching, lecturing. The elderly are not totally useless at this time. But even if they were not able to work at this time, they have served, some of them 18 years, 28 years, 38 years of teaching, nursing, being policemen, and so on. And at this time, they find it difficult. The scorpions, the pretty scorpions, are biting them all over. So, I would say, something should be done to relieve the plight, the utility bills.
Well, you don't think that Sister P will do that when she's given her mandate?
Oh, boy.
Mark, as a matter of fact, I don't understand how she's asking to be given a mandate when God has already appointed her.
Well, that's it, you see. And the old elderly need consideration. And, as I say, they have served, even if they are not able to work at this time. They have served in the country 18 years, 28 years, 38 years. They have enslaved the nation's children and the nation's sick, and so on. And what is being done for them?
Yes, well, things are in a pretty shoddy state, as it is,
Oh, yes. And pensioners, too, They are just being licked left or right.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well,
I hope someone will take up the case of...
Will take up what?
The case consideration for persons, over 70s and so on.
Hold on just a moment, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:16. All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. No upfront payments necessary.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line, courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, winners of the prestigious Jamaica Milestone Award on 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. So I'm saying, I'm appealing to people to read 1 Kings 12 and notice that King Rehoboam consulted the elders and they gave him wise advice to take it easy on the people. But he neglected that. Turned to his young friends, his upscale, jet-set friends, and they said, no. Your father was using whips to scourge them. Now you, Scorpion, you have the power. You have the, you have the mandate. Go ahead and do it.
I see.
That is what he did.
That was before Jezebel came along, was it?
I don't know this story. I don't know where Jezebel fits in.
I follow you.
Yeah. But
all right, Mom.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Are hot.
Good.
Good, sir.
All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir, how are you?
A very good day to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Same to you.
Listen, I'd just like to tell both the Labour Party and anyone else who is expecting an election to be held in July that it shall not be.
Oh?
No, man, the election will not be held until the transport centre in Halfway Tree is complete and a big opening take place.
Oh? And when is that likely to be?
It will be towards the end of September. So the election will not be until October.
You serious?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Plus a number of little health clinics will be built and open.
Tell me, are you a prophet?
No, I'm not a prophet.
You're not a prophet?
No, but I know a lot. Yes. And well, coming to the so-called prophet now, because he said in January that in July, this is Finn I'm talking about.
Yes.
He said that in July, a national event.
Who are you talking about? Sin?
Finn, yes.
Sin?
Yeah, man.
I see.
Yes. He said a national event of significant importance will be held in July.
Oh.
Will take place in July. Now, to a few people that were close to him, he revealed that this event would be the election.
Oh.
So now that the election is not going to be in July, I am wondering what the government is going to craft to make that prophecy.
They have to make
true.
Some kind of
They have to create a national event
in July.
In July, but then that would tell us that Finn God is not the God of creation, but the PNP government. So listen, story coming to bump. Okay, but there is no chance of an election taking place in July. It will not happen. Okay, and they, as a matter of fact, they cannot afford to call it, and they're not stupid enough to call an election in July. And I don't think it's going to make a difference in October. But when you're in the position that the PNP is in right now, any political party in that position is going to have to wait as long as they could possibly wait, because there's nothing happening for them.
Well, they can wait longer than October, you know.
No, but that would require some sort of emergency.
No. They 5 years.
Huh?
5 years.
Yeah.
Is from the opening date of the present parliament. Right?
And when was that?
It wasn't in October, I don't think.
Oh, it must have been November then.
It must have been either November or December.
No, it could not have been, because the last election was October, wasn't it?
The election was in October.
Right, so it would have been November.
What date in October was it?
I can't remember, Mr. Perkins.
You know, I should
check it out, no, man.
Yes, I should call the Parliament and
check it out, and then give us the information as to, you know, the latest date that it could possibly be held.
Yes.
Without an emergency, because I think they said in a case where there is an emergency, it could be delayed for 3 months.
It could be delayed another 6 weeks, I believe.
Okay, so all
right.
But check it out and give us that information.
Okay.
But listen, what is this that Harry Douglas is telling the country?
Well,
that Sister P for over 4 years presided over the biggest scandal, the biggest racket that I can't remember anything greater than this.
Well, sir, I find that very difficult to believe.
Mr. Perkins, did you hear? He said that the contractors were contracted. They were given trucks free of cost. They were given gas free of cost. The trucks were repaired for them free of cost. And that when the trucks were broken down, the contractors were paid for that time anyway.
Yes. And then now, in addition to all of that,
yes, the gas,
they were supplied with gas oil, right? Which I take it means diesel oil.
Yeah, man, gas, yes.
They were supplied with enough gas oil.
Yes.
Per month.
Yes.
To run the
vehicles
for 6 months. Right?
This is the junior minister admitting this. This has been going on since 1989, you know.
Well, I don't know. He didn't quite say that.
No, but I am telling you.
Well, I don't know. When I asked him who had presided over the ministry,
yes,
he started with Mr. Pernell Charles.
Yes, because what
he who was in that ministry for, what did he say, 3 years?
2 years, the first
beginning
2 years.
in 1980.
Yes. What he was trying to suggest was that what he was suggesting is that they found it the way they continued it. That's what he was trying to suggest.
Yes, but I don't think he has the precise knowledge about that period. Because
I heard him on
as Mr. Charles was pointing out, there wasn't an NSWMA in those days.
No.
Right?
No.
And the garbage collection was done by the parish councils.
Right.
Right? And he said that somebody said in the British Parliament that if you wanted to see a clean city, go and look at Kingston.
Well, all the people were mature enough to remember it was extremely clean. You know, but the company, the MPM was the company running it. So what Harry, because I heard him on another program about 2 weeks ago, an evening program, saying that this is something that they found the system like that. But that could not be true. Because,
he found that when he went to the ministry.
No. I heard him saying that when they came to power in 1989 on another program.
Yes.
They found the system like that.
Oh, you mean not at the NSWMA?
No, that didn't exist. It was for MPM.
Yes.
He was suggesting that.
Oh.
But as further information seems to suggest that could not have been so. But then, Harry.
But then, assuming that is so, why did previous ministers of local government, including the present Prime Minister, put an end to it?
Presided over it for over 18 years. No, man, this one is serious. And I cannot believe that Sister P presided over something like this for over 4 years, because she became local government minister after the 2002 election.
Yes.
And she was there until last year.
Yes.
Amazing. Mr. Perkins, I'll give someone else a chance.
All right,
Have a good day here, sir.
All
but
right,
remember,
all the best to you.
Impossible for this election to be called before October.
All right.
All right.
I'm beginning to wonder whether you're not right.
All right.
Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Hi, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. I just want to register my total disgust with what I heard about the NSWA that Mr. Douglas spoke. And I really do hope that other Jamaicans do a similar thing, and that the media will pick this up as just another, it is just another point that has been blown out, you know, of the corruption and inefficiency of this government. And I tell you, Mr. Perkins, the longer they're in power, is the more things that are going to come to the
But
fore.
you're sure Mr. Douglas is mistaken, sir?
He
Do
must
you
be
believe that
mistaken,
Sister
and somebody needs to go in there and check on those contracts.
Yes. Do you believe that Sister P, that lady who loves the poor, that she could have presided over this for 4 years? 4.5 years or thereabouts?
Anything is possible where these people are concerned. I have come to realize, Mr. Perkins, that the people in this governing party, they have no conscience, they have no limit. It is apparent that everything is just, it just a run with it type of thing. No, somebody needs to check on that. Some gleaner or we need some investigative work into those contracts because this cannot be possible. You can't sign a contract with a man and give him the truck and the gas, repair the truck. So what is he bringing to the table? Him just going to drive the truck?
He brings a collection bag.
This is madness. The country is going to is being run by. It's either I said to myself this morning that anybody who votes for this government again, this current dispensation.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
The elections. Gordon House says that the House must be dissolved by the 13th or 14th of November coming.
14th of November.
13th or 14th, yes. Next November.
And then there would be another
3 months.
3
so
months.
It could go to February. This is without an emergency. Without there being an emergency.
Yes.
There is a 3 month. Which will take you up to the...
After the dissolution of the House.
After the dissolution of the House in November.
Hold on. The House must be dissolved by?
The 13th or 14th of November.
Of November.
Yes.
And then...
You have a 3 month...
3 month period, which will
take you up to February, she says.
Up to when?
February of 2008.
Yes, coming towards the end of February.
Yes.
Yes. Of 2008. So the election must be held by the end of February 2008.
Yes. This is if you have the extra 3 months.
Yes, you spoke to the
clerk of the
clerk
House.
at the
Yes.
House.
Gordon House.
Yes. Okay. So we've been hearing a lot of misinformation about that. Okay, the election hasn't got to be held by October. It can go up to February. Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins on Line 4 today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time and place. We look forward to your company. So long.